Welcome, everybody. Another episode. This is what? Episode 8? Episode 8. This one's going to be a good one. We are playing Pathfinder 2nd Edition. We are playing with a shit ton of fucking optional rules, because we're fucking cool like that. Dual class, free archetype, bunch of other little knicks-knacks and other story elements from the world we've been creating over the past couple, almost 5, 6, 7 years now? I don't know. Close to 8 years. This is one big continuous story. If you have questions, I'll do my best to answer them as we play. Otherwise, I will get to you as soon as I can. If you have, wants to reach out, ask stuff, connect with us, there's clicky shit down below. I'm going to be coughing like that because I almost got the vid, I think, but it's probably just influenza. So last time we were playing, wow, what a fucking fuck you to the DMs, 2 weeks of planning he had, all these cool encounters he had, they just snuck right in the front door, threw their dicks on the table, swaggered their way to the fucking end, and passed everything, there was so many 20s and just fuck yous. It was brilliant. You love to see it. It was great. They made their way through the last area before the Iron Tower of Dis, where Dispater, the lord of this level resides. They know very little about him, other than some of them call him the jailer, some of them call him the Iron Duke, things along those lines, but he seems to be the one in charge, and no one's ever seen him. As promised, once they got to the base of the tower, which was under a tunnel that had been spackled together from corpses and all sorts of nasty, gross shit, under this boiling, nasty, rancid water, they managed to figure out that the tools they were given at the start of this campaign were the tools they needed to breach the wall. Something that could see truly, something that could cut truly, and something that could restore truly. All three of those things came together, allowing them to cut the wards and the wall with a magical blade. After doing so, they were able to step through the small crack in the wall of the Iron Tower, and they have stepped inside, and that's where we'll pick back up. So, first things first. This next part is going to be a lot of you guys talking, okay? Because as you step foot, whatever bullshit, whatever crazy stuff that has been kind of weighing you down, digging into you deeply, muddling your thoughts and minds, vanishes. It does not exist inside the tower. You are rocked with memories and things that flush back to your person. Nick, you get visions of Commander Vex Condry, sword and shield, spell, leading charges, fighting demons. You know of her, so I'm not going to exaggerate this, but you get a lot of that. For all intents and purposes, you have you've gained a lore skill at your highest lore skill as well that deals with that time, and it would be Condry lore or things she might have been involved in, she might know. You all will gain something as well for that.
Did you mean me or Nick, by the way, for that?
I meant you. Sorry.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure.
Sorry.
I thought so.
Sorry. That was my bad. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
discombobulated. You get that, right? Nick, you would get the same thing, but for old lore, right? So there's a little bit different. And then Ondol would get his for ancient lore. So you have ancient, modern times, and then yours is very much modern time, so where our campaigns were set majority of the time. And then Condry has some of that, but it's going to be more of Amory Varath's. And then Condry has some future knowledge. Right?
And you said expert in that? Or
whatever your highest lore skill is what you would do that. So just to keep it easy, you could be like, I'd like to roll my Condry lore, or I'd like to roll my Varath lore, or I'd like to roll my Viridian lore. And then whatever your highest lore skill is, just roll that and that'll count, right? Unless you want to make an argument for putting your own stuff in, but just to keep it simple. That's basically what it is. So for that, Bex Condry, you get all that stuff, right? You get her story, her stuff. You find that starts to come back, and you can now, instead of straining to try to figure these things out, you could probably call upon it once a day to get a general answer without having to do much more than just think about it and focus. You also all get the opposite. For those of you who have single souls that are tied to yours, you get to do that as well. So you get to start figuring out story bits and pieces of that character or whoever's other soul you are tied to. That is going to manifest in a couple ways. I'll let you once per day roll a lore that you don't have, that character might. Once it's done, that character then has that lore, right? Or that kind of stuff. So if you're like, I think this is the time I'm going to give that knowledge base to that character, cool. Now that character has that lore. If that character has a skill that you don't have, you could use that once per day check to use that skill. Let's say none of you have thievery, I don't think, or one of you does, right? If one of you, the one who has it, is off and the other one wants to do thievery, maybe the character who you are attached to had that ability. Now, for little Mr. Snowflake 85, 47, 48 dragons in his body meat, yours is going to work very similar, except for instead of being a fleshed out character sheet, you're going to have to say, I'm going to draw on this dragon's knowledge of this, or this dragon's ability to do this, or this dragon's ability. And each dragon will have its own thing. So you're like, I'm invoking Dilgarath, the fucking burrower, right? Cool.
I think that's the list.
There you go, right? That was literally the top of my head. So, right, it could be anything you want. Once per day, you can invoke a dragon spirit to aid you with a task. I will, as we get further down and you guys learn more about those characters or the different dragons, I'll tell you too, they might have abilities or skills or moves or powers, spells, something along those lines. Like you might be able to summon one of those dragons to use their breath weapon or one of their passive dragon abilities. Or Nick, your guy, was a big fucking crazy evil tyrant dude. Maybe he has some sort of like ability to like crush someone's will or some shit, like, you know. We'll develop that as we go along. So just keep that in mind. Bring it up. If you don't use it, you don't use it. I'm not going to remind you. I'm not going to do anything like that. That's on you to dig into those characters and figure out more about them. The more you put into it, the more shit we're going to get out of it. So that's on you guys. I will help with all of those. And if you have ideas, we can run by. So no more hurting to do your, like, I wonder what this is about. You can just do it once per day without any consequence. If you try to push it, it'd be the same thing as like, I want to run for 10 fucking hours. It's like, okay, yeah, you can do that, but we need to start rolling some dice to see what breaks, right? So as you step into this iron tower, the first thing you notice is the non-deafening drone of raindrops. That background noise ceases, and it is painfully quieter. Like the noises you hear here are different, but they're not that pitter patter, tink 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 tink, constant rain. That goes away. You're inundated with all this stuff, all these crazy memories. Again, Condry's, with Amory's, you get all these, you know, school knowledge of, you know, banners, knowledge of old places that, you know, maybe ancient burial sites or something like that. Weird connections from the past that kind of seem to mirror with things you're starting to remember now. And then with Viridian, you get that same very ancient warrior duty, very focused on his task, like to the point of he sacrificed himself for his task, right? He would lay down his life to accomplish whatever goal he had to, and he was okay with that. I think very much samurai, like Bushido code, kind of. Okay, I've already accepted I'm dead, so I'm just gonna live every moment to its fullest. And you get kind of blasted by his choices in those moments where he kept surviving, and then when he should have died, he was put back together and sent back and forth. You also start to pick up a little bit of memories of individuals he's bonded with and things like that, starting to rush you. It's all a blur, but you can start picking those threads out as you see fit. As you all step through those first two thoughts, it's quiet. Oh my god, my head is in a rush with all these memories that have been suppressed. You hear clink, 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 step of the boots of your dragon companion as she walks in, and then you hear the sound of just molten metal covering itself over, and the wall shuts. You're now inside a place that not many people will ever tread. This place is gunmetal, the entirety of it. It's all a dull steel. Where it's not, it's a almost Damascus style pattern looking steel that just looks vile and just radiates an evil off of it. It has streaks of what looks to be like almost screaming faces and things like that on the patterns if you happen to look closely. Entirely well lit with very warm fire braziers just on the walls or on the floor, all of them wrought iron cages. There is no expense spared for art here. Everything is a beautiful colonnade. Everything is pristine to the T, machined, put together, but you can tell this whole place is made of metal. The places that aren't are very particularly chosen for that. There's bits of stone, which usually have a tendency to be a darker, like a basalt or dark granite kind of color. Very imposing. Also lets all that, it's polished to like that marble finish or that mirror finish, so all the lights that are there, you flicker off that very well. There's almost no smoke in here. You'd expect with all the fires to be smoke, but the air is crisp and clean. Most ceilings are about 15 feet tall. These places are huge and open. Immediately, the next two things you notice from this situation is there are spectral forms moving about, just flitting about, paying no attention to you, going to station to station. These stations are set up, anybody who's ever seen anything metallurgical, they're smelting stations. They're making ingots, they're doing these things. But you can see the spectral forms. There are creatures. For all intents and purposes, most of you, your memories come flooding back and tell you devil, imp, spined, barbed, different classifications of devil. Red skin or darker hued skin, cloven hooves, fingernails, loincloths, horns. Picture classic devil. These are what these creatures are. And they look exhausted. Just lounging around these different areas. Every once in a while, one of the spirits will float over to one and fly inside of it and snap that creature to attention pretty much. The others will and just kind of move, and the spirit will inhabit this body and move and start using it to physically work ingots, move metal, put tongs here, work bellows, whatever they're doing. It's all industry, and it looks like some sort of system is in place. There is a hallway going left and right. You cannot see either end. It just keeps going. There are stairs up, scattered throughout, but I'll give you all like maybe a couple minutes to gather yourselves and make a plan. You are in relative safety, all things considered, where you're at. But this is where shit's gonna get real quick, and you guys are gonna be doing a lot of talking after this. So I'll let you roleplay first so you can kind of get a plan of what you're doing. The Harbinger, she's sitting there with you. Or excuse me, the Handmaiden. God, fucking Zalatath. Fucking WoW's killing me on that shit. The Handmaiden's sitting there, and she says, take a moment. I know that's probably a little bit jarring for you. Not my first time through here. I told you I'd get you through. Or I told you I'd get you in. You have to make it through. You have made it this far through one of the worst places the universe has ever known. I believe you can make it out. You have until we are done with our game to make it through. I will buy as much time as I can. But you need to be at an exit. You'll know it when you see it. You have to be at an exit for me to make my way to get you. Once we're done there, she looks directly at Voth and says, I'll take you to my mistress. And she says, I'll give you a moment. As she simply sets her bag down, opens it up, and you can see there's just heads and skulls and fucking like war trophies in this bag where she has just kind of done stuff. She pulls out like a string of ears and fingers and things like that. It's gruesome trophies. It's what you'd expect some weird sadistic warrior would take off a battlefield. And she's laying them out and just counting and making sure she has all of her stuff. And she says, feel free to take what you want. It's maybe the only chance you get. Not her trophies from all around.
Yeah.
I mean, you could definitely try the trophies. But I'll leave you guys to it. I'm going to go fill up my drink. I can hear you. I can reply. So just go from there.
Just glancing about the room, you said obviously there's metallurgy going around. Is there finished products as well, or is it just bars?
There is. There is pieces of armor, weapons.
I have arcane sight, so I would just start pulsing detect magic to see if I can see any magic auras.
Plus 20 fucking greatsword of fiery death or anything like that. This is where they craft for the rank and file. Probably armies, things like that.
I tell you guys that there's nothing is fully magical.
There is, you can tell that there's a latent energy in these things, but you'd have to really inspect them.
Well, I have no need for weapons, but I can carry a bit of weight if we just need some raw goods to use later.
You never know when this might be the who of us to take these things.
William, would you mind grabbing some bars, just carrying it in your pack?
Roll me a d6. He can take 4 bulk worth of items comfortably.
Wait.
He's tired and stuff like that. And not used to carrying large ingots, but he definitely give it a shot.
I asked Gregory to do the same.
D6, and we'll see how much bulk you can take.
They'll hate you. Keep forgetting your name.
He's got 1. What a bitch.
Yeah, it seems to be a lot worse for Ware when it comes to that stuff, but he's able to carry a bulk worth of ingots. The creatures who are working these forges don't seem to give a fuck that you are messing with anything here. They seem to be singularly purposed to do something. That's it.
Okay. Then I look at the two of you guys and I say, okay, let's try.
The ingots that you pick up are of that Damascus-style pattern with the screaming faces, but it seems like they almost are like a rusty color instead of that darkened steel. It's like a reddish steel and then almost a rust color. Very warm. These ingots are very warm to the touch.
Well, we don't really know much about this place, and all we know is we'll know it when we'll see it. So, if that's all we got, then speed is of the utmost importance. I say we move quickly and stealthily.
Now, she asked for our magic items back, right?
She did. She did.
I had to give mine up.
Yeah, I'll hand her my hilt.
She takes all of it. Okay.
I basically told her they were hers to begin with.
She smiles at that.
And I'll just kind of look at you guys, be like, left or right, or so. I'd look at her and just kind of be like, any hints? Is it up, or do we just need to stay here on the base?
She says, this place is designed to keep things out, and once they get in, it's designed to keep them in. Where you're thinking you want to go is where you will end up. This place. Your singular mind on an exit. Just keep moving, and you will arrive at one. Just move quick. Don't tarry.
Seems easy enough. We'll go right then. I'm right.
I'll look at you and be like, why are we going right?
She does look at you and say, do think like a devil. It will help.
Well, I'm a dragon, so I'm not quite versed in that. I think angels would be a little bit better with that. How does one think like a devil?
She just smiles and says, you'll figure it out or you die trying. Good luck. And you can see she calls out, she says, Dispater! I'm here for our game. There is a tendril of fire that starts to erupt from the ceiling and swirl down below as she grabs a hold of it and zips. She's not there anymore.
Well, that was unexpected.
There is the stench of molten metal that is left over from that. And she's left you all to your own devices.
Clap you on the shoulder.
Steel is the only thing you can hear.
Clap you on the shoulder, Horace. All right. Which way are we going? Left, right, up, or up?
Kind of take a moment and I'll be like, well, that's kind of difficult. I had to be trickery. Is there down? Is down an option?
You could go left or right and see if there's a down option, but where you're currently standing, there's two sets of stairs to your left, one to your left, one to your right, that go up, and then there's paths that just keep going for as far as you can see with branching paths off to the left.
Okay. Let's try right.
To the right. As you go to the right, you begin moving. I need everybody to give me their perception modifier. I think. Yep, that'll work. Just type it in the chat for me real quick. Write it down. Or tell me. It's all good.
I got a +9.
Same.
How do you check without rolling it?
It's just whatever that little.
Oh, just whatever's next to it plus 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
So,
That's not your initiative, that's your perception, right?
Yes, perception.
Yeah. He's probably got a couple
Plus
whiz.
of your two creatures that are following you, the two acolytes, I'm going to give them +5s. Seems fair. One for each level you guys have collected, right? Okay. I will leave it up to you. You guys can either roll the +5s for them, or I can roll. It's up to you. First things first. Perception checks from everybody. Sight-based.
Okay. Can I say during that minute we were sitting there bullshitting, I dropped out Abaddon?
Oh, sure, yeah, you could have had time to do that.
Okay.
Abaddon, what is his modifier?
Not loading correctly. That's weird.
Not loading correctly. Don't know how to add that.
He's also +9.
+9? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. 9s all around, except for Ondol, who's a little bit sharper. His elven eyes. Alright, so, with that being said, the first thing you notice is that this place, as you go to the right, is very obviously trapped to the gills. There are pressure plates almost every 60 feet. There's some sort of trap. It's very obvious that they are there. There's this one right here. There's a different set of colored tiles in front. You can follow those tiles up onto 2 pillars, and you can see the openings of what looks to be like nozzles of sorts. The smell of sulfur grows as you get close to this place. Very easy to tell that there is a trap.
Oh. Is it like blatantly obvious? Though?
Incredibly
Like,
obvious, yeah.
like-
We all rolled really decent too, so I mean, 14's enough to spot this trap. But yeah, it's blatantly obvious.
Are they traps that look like we can get around without triggering easily, or
This one looks like as long as you don't step on the pressure plates, you're good to go.
if it's easily observable? Okay, then just don't do that. And I'll just kind of look at you and be like, all right, do they set multi-layered traps, or does this look as obvious as it should?
Well, I would think if it's that obvious, then the obvious answer to it would be the trap. Wouldn't that make sense?
I find this whole tower odd. We haven't been
agree.
encountered from the start.
Well,
They
no.
obviously know we're of our presence, I would imagine.
Well, that's Peter's, paranoia. Maybe nobody else is here. Maybe it's just him. And then if she's, taking care of him.
One thing I do agree with, speed is probably best to be used here. Being in here longer will only create more problems for us. And I'll just do a second double check of the traps, but if it's
Are you using
seemingly
perception?
looking- Yeah.
Okay, sure. Give me another perception
know,
check.
Just another angle, and if it looks clear, I'm going.
Oh, look at that.
A 30.
Yeah.
As you look and you're kind of peeking around, this trap is incredibly obvious and it's incredibly simple to see. It's so simple that you know that there are other traps. You recall something as you're looking. He is ready for everything. He's paranoid. He's also an incredibly good schemer. As far as tacticians and people like that, the only person better than him is the Lord of Hell. You would imagine. There is, behind the pressure plates, there is what looks to be another trigger for the same traps. This one, about 3 feet past the pressure plates, you can see ever so barely an imperceptible slit in the grouting between the tile, which probably drops the whole floor open. So as you jumped over, you'd just jump into a pit. It's easy to tell now. I have a dog next to me. But, alright, he's gone. I love you too, buddy. But, as you see that, you're like, okay, These are not. This was designed for the simpleton to fall into. We need to be on our guard. Knowing that, you can easily avoid the trap. Both of them. Just don't step on the pressure plates, and then walk around the spot where you would jump and fall into your doom.
Okay, I would, after getting off my hands and feet and seeing that, I'd be like, there is definitely more treachery here than we had anticipated, but we are thinking like, what did she call it again?
A trickster.
Trickster.
Schemer.
That's scheming. Yeah.
Just to remind you, you can use other skill checks to try to find traps as long as it makes sense. You can use Arcana. I will also tell you, it's not just traps. So there are some other things in here that you want to be aware of. So think like somebody who's built an impenetrable fortress designed to keep all sorts of creatures out. But yeah, continue on. You subvert the first trap and the second hidden trap behind the first one, and you come to your first choice. There's a path that goes to the left and a path that goes to the right. Still forward, but they just branch off. I'm also going to tell you that I'm going to just take basically a 10 roll on all of your stuff. So anything that's a 19 or below, everyone will see. Anything that's a 21 or below, Ondo will be able to see. Unless you're actively searching for traps. And then that takes time, which I'm keeping track of, as well as it's your action. So just let me know. You can always just help Ondo look if you guys wanted to, however you want to attack the problem.
Are both right and left completely identical with how they look?
They both look like they're further down. This whole thing is just there's metal being poured into small little foundries and people working those foundries. As far as you can see for now. As you walk past the set of stairs, you look up, it looks like it's different industry up higher, but down on this bottom row, it looks like it's literally just ingot processing. And you eventually see people shaping, making plates and stuff like that. Ingots to bars or plates or rods or whatever.
We'll go left this time.
To the left. Ondol, as you guys are passing, you can see the right was trapped easily. It's very, very subtle, but the way the light is kind of shifting in this place, there is a sheen in front where the light stops, and there's some sort of magical barrier or effect on the right-hand side. Those of you who think about it for a moment, the devil would take the left-handed path. It's the path of the wicked.
An angel boy, you're supposed to know that.
I'm peeing.
Just in the middle of the dungeon, just whipping it out.
I mean,
Alright.
gotta go when you gotta go.
You gotta go, you gotta go.
Alright, you continue forward to probably about another 20 feet, and there is a gate. Portcullis. It is wrought iron, which is different from most of the other iron in this place, but it is wrought iron. There is beautifully carved figurines of angels falling as are the bars of the portcullis. It looks like angels falling. The very bottom bar is what looks to be made of hell steel and is slightly on fire, just smoldering. Kind of like what all the walls in the tower outside look like. So, art in function. But it is down, and it looks incredibly heavy. It's probably about 35 feet across and that 15 feet high. It's not small. It's a big thing. Not big enough for you to fit through. You'll have to figure out a way around it, through it, over it. Something. The scene around is just more of the same. A lot of the foundry places. Bellows, devils, just sitting there being exhausted while one is being forced to work through some spirit.
Well, Mr. Scout, which way you think's best?
So just to get my vision right, basically we're gated out in a sense.
But
Yeah,
it's
there's-
large wrought iron.
There's some huge ass gate that bars your path forward. Yes. On the other side, you can see there is what looks to be a grand hallway with a set of stairs, like large stairs going up and to the left, and a wall to your right, which looks like it has a set of double doors that are closed. And then further forward, there's another gate, and then more of the same of what you see behind you on the other side of that gate.
And just off the glance, nothing out of the norm.
Off the glance, looking around, definitely looks like a spot you'd put a trap at, but you don't see it. Not passively.
I guess I'd try to use my new ring, and I want to read the aura of the fence.
Okay. Let you detect the magical auras on it.
Yeah.
There is a aura of transmutation, and there is an aura of necromancy.
Okay. Well, kind of makes sense. I do make that known to both of you. But, Voth, I don't see any. Everything can be a trap at this point. I mean, just choosing a path.
So wrought iron gate. What's holding it? As far as like, is it hinges? Is there?
It's a
chain?
portcullis, so it
Okay.
comes from the ceiling down into the floor.
What's the thing that's like? What's the or can I see the full mechanism of it? Could I see potentially a way to lift the gate via mechanism?
Sure. Getting closer to the gate itself, you can look through it. On the other side, there looks to be like a wheel that you would hoist it, and it would open the gate up. Like some sort of pulley system. There isn't one on this side, but there is on the other side of the gate.
But it's not counterweighted, so there's not like a way to say
Now,
break something to make it fall.
you do know how huge it is, and you do know that devils are notoriously strong, vicious creatures. You think they might just naturally be able to kind of metal. But how close are you getting to this gate?
I mean, massive gate, probably within at least 10, 15 feet.
Okay.
I was gonna say
I guess, like with it to be so big, is there any way we could just go through it, or?
The bars are too
Try to
close
squeeze.
together for you to push through. I mean, you could try to squeeze. You might be able to squeeze through, but
how
you
tall
have
is
to
it
try.
again? I'm sorry.
15 feet. All the rooms are here are 15 feet tall. So it's 15 feet up, 35 feet across. It's huge. A lot of metal to move.
Is there any over, like, potentially like this is a gate, and then there's like a way that they potentially like have guards up there or something like that, or?
Looking through, you don't see that there's any over.
Okay.
Just like it looks like you're in a tunnel and it's gated off, pretty much on your side anyway. On the other side, you can see there's nothing above the gate. As you look through and up, it doesn't look like there's anything above it. Just those 15-foot ceilings arched. That hallway beyond the gate looks incredibly well put together, very beautiful archways and statues and things like that.
Well, let's see if stubbornness is bad. I'm just gonna try to like walk up to it, and then since I can't squeeze through it, I'm just gonna try to and just that'll work. But give it a try. Give it a heave ho.
Okay. I'd like for you to give me a fortitude saving throw. Unless Ondol wants to remember to tell people, hey, there's a necromancy aura on the metal, as he looked at it with his aura sight.
If he's going to touch it,
Yeah, he's
I
walking
do
up like,
remind
fuck
him.
it, and he's like,
Yes,
stuck it,
So I basically will remind you of the two auras that were on it, and to say, as much as I would love for you to hoist me over this gate as well, I don't see it being that easy with this treachery. Just to remind you, but dragons are strong.
Fair enough.
So, you can continue to touch it, or if his warning fell on good ears, maybe you don't. Do you know the other aura was transmutation? So that helped
you know what? Fuck it. I'm still gonna try it.
Give me a fortitude saving throw.
I'll get close enough too, just in case he's like electrocuted, or I can pull him off.
Oh yeah, if he's electrocuted, grab him and pull him off. That's a great call.
Well, I mean, no, I might not use myself, but you know, I got sticks.
23. You pass by 3. There is a cold rush that goes across your skin that is draining. You made the save, so you do not gain Doomed 1. And you move the bars, and they don't move, they're strong. But as you do that, you like go to pull out, the thing lifts like it's a feather. It's light as a feather. It doesn't even...
fucking...
Boom! You throw it up, chink, locks in place. You can see, or you can hear the wheel, and it's like a... And like, it spins super fast as you throw it up. Locks in place, that ways forward. Good thing you didn't get Doomed 1.
Yeah, that would have been bad.
Yeah, especially because that's only the first big trap you've come across.
With no repercussions. Let's go!
You're like, fuck it easy. Fuck a demon lord. Fuck a devil lord. He's fucking pushing
Dragon.
him, bro. Alright. So with that being said,
Nick.
you
That
have...
shake, just worth it.
You have in front of you this hallway, which leads to another entirely very similar looking gate, a set of double doors to your right, and a set of large stairs which go up into an archway, which you can see into that next area. There's a glow, like at the heat of a foundry as well, coming from there, like that yellow, like, you know, molten kind of color. But you hear the ringing of anvils and stuff more up there. Along this fucking stairway that goes up along the sides, there are statues of huge fucking 12, 14 foot tall, massively ripped, very much pit fiend looking motherfuckers. Big horns, swords, whips, and chains that line this thing. Looks like they're all made of iron. Pitted, rusted, in different shapes. Some of them look like they're mid-attack. Some of them look like they're accepting a fate that's befallen them, but they line this place. And then the double doors are large. These ones look like they're made out of iron as well, but there are 2 large ring handles, so you could pull the doors open if you wished.
Do any of these creatures look like constructs?
They look like meticulously crafted statues, which could be constructs. You still have Read Aura going on?
Yeah.
There's definitely some sort of magic that's lingering on them. It would be... Well, you're well enough versed in magic. Some sort of magic that petrifies somebody.
Tell everybody that.
Do those look like they were looking at something specifically, or just part of the like how it was this room was created?
Looking at them just briefly, you kind of look at them, start to study them. They all look like they're in different states of either attacking, being attacked, or stoically taking a stance. Coupled with the information that Horus knows, could be very well these are actual creatures that are turned to iron.
I've heard of a creature that turns things to stone. Can something do that to iron as well?
I'm sure an archdevil could.
Abaddon says, they call him the Iron Duke. Perhaps that's his thing.
Wise. I like that.
I look at one that's like standing stoically, and I'm gonna cast message. And I'm just gonna ask him, because I have Diabolic.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just ask him, what did you do to deserve this fate? See if he responds.
I need to double check one thing. Let me double check.
Nick, you're an asshole, by the way.
Why?
You made me order ice cream.
Dude, fucking ice cream sounds so fucking good all the time.
Yeah.
Like, I can't even tell you how much of a fat kid I would be if I could just eat ice cream all day. Be the best.
I sort of Dairy Clean delivery.
Ooh.
You
This
can't,
is,
nor can you
vanilla
sense
chocolate chip.
anything. You become an object with a bulk. There is no response, although you don't think you can whisper to them in this state. At least they're not powerful enough to. You would need something that works on somebody who can sense something. I would imagine. I don't know. Let's. This is gonna be canon. Let's all figure this out right now. If you are a creature that is turned into iron, you are petrified. You gain the petrified condition. Do you want to be able to perceive the world around you or not?
When you're petrified?
When you're petrified, you technically have no organs. You have no biological functions happening because it's all metal, in this case, or stone, which would be the more common version of this, correct? Do you guys want to be able to interact with these things or not? I'm okay with either way.
I just was thinking this is hell. So
This
the
is
idea of
hell.
Being trapped.
Oh
But
yes,
your mind is still going.
very
is
much.
horrible.
That
I
is a
imagine-
horrible thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as like what they could perceive, I'd imagine they could see, but I'd imagine things like, or I'd imagine they could see right in front of them, but I imagine they couldn't feel. Maybe hearing, and then I imagine they just, the way a real devil I think would do it if they're freezing you in fucking iron is, yeah, no, you'd have full awareness of
cognizance?
yourself suck in that state,
I
because
like it.
that's like, you can't move, you can't eat, you can't sleep, you're just stuck staring at that same wall. You've counted every thread on that painting, like,
Okay. All right. So it's a torture method, not just classic condition. This is Archdevil turns you into his statuary. You get a reply back. You get a reply with message or no?
I don't know. There's the spell if you want to read it.
The target can give a brief response as a reaction or as a free action on their turn if they wish. They must be able to see you and be within range to do so. Are you going to get in front of the one you're talking to?
Yes.
The one you hear just grinding, wheezing reply in your head. It's all telepathic. Free me, and I will give you whatever you desire. I know the way out.
I'll look at the two of you and be like,
have
oh.
been stuck for so long.
Yeah. In his eyesight, I'll point at him and look at you two and be like, he says he's been stuck here for a while and knows the way out.
I mean, doubt it, as far
Well,
as him
he's a
knowing the
devil.
way out, yeah.
Exactly.
But
we all know he's lying.
but I was kind of like, you know, he's got this like wrought iron face. I'm just gonna go like donk, donk, donk. Like how solid?
Oh,
is
you
that?
touch it! Awesome. Give me a fortitude save.
I knew it was coming sooner or later.
I couldn't pull you away fast enough for that one.
Okay. Oh, dragon.
Okay.
So, this one's cool. You feel an explosion of force come from behind it, through it, and into you. Give me a reflex saving throw. You don't take the initial burst of the force blade that slices through this thing. Reflex is the more important part. 23. DC's 20. You manage to get out of the way as the top half of a pit fiend iron statue slides forward and into you. There is no more response from that pit fiend. You see behind the statue, there is a small, burnt out, gray looking rock that just kind of smolders. You hear just the clattering of this as it rolls down and crashes, blocking the way of the other, or not blocking, but being in the way of the other gate. Not the doors, but the gate.
So let's not touch the big statue.
You could. I mean, got rid of one of the things he's been keeping around forever as a punishment.
Did
to
that
give you the
count as
way out.
freeing him? He's supposed to show me the way out now, right?
Yeah,
just
it
gonna
counts
look
as
for
freeing him. He's dead though. Full
I'm
dead.
gonna look for. You said there's like those little blue orbs. I'm just gonna like wait for one of the blue orbs to float out. Be like,
Blue orbs.
like or you said at the very beginning, there's been like these little blue.
Oh, those are
souls
ghosts.
floating.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just like waiting for that, one of those to kind of float out. Be like, all right, lead us.
Next
No.
time we encounter somebody that might know the way out, we should just tell them to tell us first, and then we'll free them.
Ding ding boom! Fuck! Oh Jesus Christ! Yeah, okay.
I'll look
Yeah.
at one that's like taking a like death strike, like he's dying, and I'll walk over and I'll make eye contact with him and I'll cast message and be like, the other guy said he knew a way out. Do you know a way out?
I do know a way out, and I would share it with you if you knew a way to get me free from this prison.
Got a touch, no, just kidding.
I'll look at you guys and be like, he says he knows a way out.
So way behind us is blocked now, obviously, or half blocked.
No.
What's the other?
The way you came, completely open. There's a half of a statue piece in front of the other portcullis that was in front of you. You have the stairs up and the double doors.
Double doors, like 15-foot tall double doors, smaller double doors.
They're big iron doors, but they don't look impossible to open.
Kind of look at you, be like, all right, we go which way?
Up or in.
I'll look at the dude that just spoke to me and be like, I'm sorry. Good luck.
Do you just say that, or do you use message to say it?
I use message to say that.
I will find you and eat your soul. Free me, mortal.
I'll
He
just
says
look at him, give
other
him a
devil
thumbs up.
stuff. He's like, fuck. I'll tell you now, you have not the means to remove him from
I know,
the
I know.
iron petrification.
Yeah.
You could end his suffering. You could fucking set
could.
off all the traps, but you would also have to
Um,
avoid the traps yourself.
I kind of want to do something dumb, but
Let's go look at the big door before you go do something dumb. So, let's look at the double doors, detecting magic, and reading aura, if there is magic.
There is magic. There is a necromantic aura on the right door, and on the left door there is an evocation aura, as well as both doors have a transmutation aura on them as well.
Tell you both this.
so is anybody else going to try to eat one of these traps, or is these just all mine to do?
You were doing so great, but I could step up. And I'm not very good at the magical terminology yet. You're saying it's okay to kick open the left door?
Well, I'll look at you and be like, the left door probably has exploding magic. The right door has death magic. Or life magic, I guess. Depends really on how you look at it.
Transfer of energy, life energy. Either
Ah,
it's
let's
to you or away from you is usually the question you want to figure out.
I'll just kinda look at you and I'll just be like, devils tend to use fire, don't they?
You could have a tendency.
More than less, yeah.
God damn it. I start walking towards the fucking evocation one.
Okay.
And how much like time would you say has passed since this whole thing?
You guys have been in here for maybe like 10, 15 minutes at most.
Okay. And it's 10 minutes to refocus, right? If I remember right.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll go ahead and blow Dragon Claw, and
Okay.
then I'll go ahead and touch it.
All right. So you grab the door. It's a push door. Or no, excuse me. It's a pull door. Are you gonna pull the door?
Yeah.
Right. We pull the door. Opens pretty harmlessly. As soon as it goes open, there is a blast from the door itself, not the handle or anything like that, but the back of the door is just like a panel of energy. You get engulfed in a wave of fire. What's your resistance to it?
So let me go ahead and just pop it real quick since it ended up mattering. So let's see, at 5th. So I've got a total of 15 fire res right now.
Can't even hurt you.
I'll also
It's
go ahead and
2d6.
eat fire too.
You eat 2d, roll 2d6, and you 2d6 plus 2 fire damage.
6 plus 2. Lol. So yeah.
You absorb 9 points of fire damage, however you want.
Cool. And I just go through the door, try to lead the way.
Okay. In this room, it is what you can only describe as a sitting room, a parlor of sorts, but for larger creatures. There are 4 couches kind of spread out, a couple chairs. There are rows and rows of what look to be dusty wine bottles or bottles holding some sort of liquid. They look to be in good order. There is a map in the center of the room on a table that is under a glass, and that map, as you look at it, it's a 20 by 20 foot table. It's a huge map. It is a living map, enchanted to the nines and back of Dis. It is a real-time situation map that shows where buildings are, where things are. It is huge. The scale of which you're like, that's the tower. It looks like almost a small toothpick in the middle, like maybe a few millimeters wider than a toothpick. That's the tower. It's the tallest structure there, and it spreads the fuck out. There are a few notable areas. One where you can see there's a bunch of red stuff growing very voraciously, and then there's one where there's a fucking blast crater that looks massive, like huge. But there's still creatures running all around. It looks like there's people moving about. Those were 2 areas in Dis you didn't go to. One, the farm was the area with the red stuff. If you went to the farm, they literally are growing those pods to farm people. So they've cultivated it and figured out a large area, how to basically just farm bodies as they come out of the things. And the other area you didn't go to, the crater. Crater, what happens when an actual nuclear bomb gets brought in there and detonated. An accident. Would have been fun if you went and stumbled in that direction, because that's just a radiation. You just would have slowly killed yourself over time if you did not get out of there. And most people will just go that way. That's also where people thought Gehenna is. Because they just
I was literally about
get
to
irradiated
say,
and go absolutely crazy.
Where's Gehenna? Okay.
Yeah.
Should have known.
Glad we didn't go that route now.
There is an
That's my
actual
different
portal
side.
there, though, to
Oh.
Gehenna. Enough of an explosion, enough force happened right there, it actually made a portal. You can actually see there's, in the very center of it, there's a little pinprick that looks like it has some swirly stuff coming out. But other than that, the map itself is very interesting. And basically it's a place where you can sit around and look at this map. There is a balcony behind you that looks out over the city as well. It's behind glass. Looks like glass anyway. You know from the outside, there's no fucking balconies. But it looks like one could view the city of Dis from this viewing room. There's small books and tomes and things like that. But you speak diabolical, Nick, or
Yeah, I speak diabolic.
these are literally like,
Chthonian.
these are fucking fiction and like pleasure reading. Like
Oh, nice.
it's literally like you could just sit here, you know, sip on some wine, read a book, look out over your shit, and be happy. The room itself, if the door was shut, would offer respite if needed. But past that, this room doesn't look like there's anything else in it.
No route up or down.
No, this is literally just the sitting room at the end of the hall. As far as you can tell. I mean, you can investigate the room further if you wish, but... Oh.
I'm gonna keep pulsing for detect magic.
A couple of bottles have some magic properties to them, but that's about it. You just detect if it's magic, right? With detect magic, doesn't tell you anything else.
Yeah. So I'll detect that, and then whatever I do detect, I'll just go over and cast Read Aura on it. See.
There are a total of 4 bottles. Each one of them is an elixir of life. Ace potion.
Grab all 4.
Okay.
I each hand one to each of you.
And then when you hand me mine, I have to make a save.
Yeah, you got the one that's actually disenchanted. No, but no, they're even labeled, you know, like life elixir, elven life elixir, like, you know, different vintages from different places, like they're some kind of wine almost.
Who's taking the extra? Nick, you get it. There we go.
Okay.
Actually, no, I lied. It's gonna be Brett because he's the only one that can't heal himself.
Is
That's
it
fair.
minor or lesser?
The minor, yeah, whichever the base version, the smallest version is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so 2 to Brett, 2 to Brett.
Yep, 2 to Brett.
Minor elixir of life. Okay. Got
Okay.
it. Thanks.
The room, other than that, is quiet. It's almost, you don't even hear the ringing of stuff while you're in here. It looks like there's some sort of noise dampening.
Alright, back up the stairs, I suppose.
Just going out the door you open, not opening the other one.
Yes.
Oh, sad day. All right. As you push the door, kind of move your way and get out of the room, the stairs lead up to another level. There, as you get to the top of the stairs, you can see there is like a half circle that has 3 paths, left, right, forward. The forward path looks as though it doesn't go anywhere. It goes to like maybe a 5-foot jutting and then stops. There's no railing or anything. There's railing everywhere else. And then the left and the right go as far as you can see around the top of this thing. Looking down, you can see the inner workings of the bottom floor of the foundry. There is devils moving coal and stuff into huge furnaces, and there are devils that are walking chunks of ore into the furnaces to get all the way in. They don't come out. They literally grab the ore and walk in. That's what they get to do. The other ones are shoveling it on the outside and just keeping this fire burning. The fire itself is weird. It's not normal fire. It has almost a black hue to it in spots. Anybody who's been around hell or devils or things like that would consider this hellfire. It is sulfurous. It is disgusting smelling. It is dark. And that is burning through the furnaces using hellfire to melt this ore. Whatever it is they're going to do. But that's what you see down below. Along the tops, those 2 paths, you can see they eventually get so small out of view, you can't tell. So you're going to go left, right, or forward.
Brett, you choose.
Alright, left, right, or forward? Forward.
So you move forward. You move into this little half circle area. Do you do anything specific as you move forward, or just moving forward to the little edge?
Like keep an eye out for traps and stuff like that.
Cool. How are you doing that?
Watching. I'm just watching for pressure plates, to be honest with you. Maybe going around to the edge.
Okay, so you skirt the edges.
And not
Give
getting
me a
so
perception check then. If you're actively searching, do that.
Yeah.
If you're actively being stealthy, do that. If you're trying to help him by searching, you can do that. If you're trying to do something like magically look while he physically looks, do that, right? 26 perception check. Andal and a 20. Andal, as you are walking, skirting around the outside, you can kind of see pretty much a clear path. You start with there. Cloth, you spot something that he doesn't. At first, it's like he's looking at the ground, looking for patterns in the actual tiles. In this area, though, it's not the tiles. You can see there's little, just variations in the air, little shimmers. Almost like they correspond with the squares of the tile, but they're above the tile. Like they shimmer above it. And as you're looking at that, he's about to step into one. You can call him off if you wish, or you can see what happens if you bump into one of those shimmers in the air.
Although there's a small part of me that wants that to happen. I'm just going to physically like grab him, just kind of be like, stop. You know, just kind of go, magic in the air.
Quite literal. It's very easy once he pulls your head up to see the shimmer, because you're like, oh fuck, it's not just on the floor. It's literal panes of space in front of you have this distortion effect. Very subtle. And it's better once you start moving in and moving to the sides. You can see things behind it don't line up perfectly, kind of like a mirror. What do you guys do? Knowing this, you can step around them now easy.
Yeah.
Move forward while avoiding them.
Yeah.
Everybody, give me a. Let's do. Oh, it says on the sheet.
I was thinking like they were like, like Mission Impossible lasers everywhere you're going through.
Almost. Let's do this one. Yep. Give me either some sort of acrobatics, reflex, or tiptoe check. Like what you could argue is this is me moving carefully. Ooh. 14's the lowest? Oh, two 14s.
Two of us too. And then plus
okay.
12.
This one is also going to be one where your little minions have to come in, so I need one for Abaddon. And then do you want me to roll the 2? Or do you want to roll the 2?
I'll roll William's fate.
Alright, roll Williams. He needs a 10, since you guys are able to spot and call out these things. Unfortunately, he does
That's
not
for
get
Gregory.
it. Gregory is able to spot.
Oh, that's for Abaddon. And
Oh, that's Abaddon.
No, that was Gregory's.
We'll go with Gregory. Yeah.
And then roll
There's
Abaddon.
Abaddon's. Yeah.
18. Abaddon and Gregory managed to pick their way through carefully. William, not so much. As you now get to see what happens when you hit one of these squares. As he bumps into it, it turns from a shimmering space in front of him, or in this case slightly above him, into an iron pillar and slams into the ground as hard and fast as it can. Did he bump on his left side or right side, Nick?
It wasn't mine. It was his.
Oh, excuse me. Did he jump into the left side or the
Like
right
so
side?
silent.
Actually, no. Nick, you get to decide the fate of this guy.
Oh, right. It was his left side.
You can see it cleaves the left arm just completely off of him. Boom! Ah! He screams as he drops to his knees.
I slap him with a heal spell.
Cauterizes the wound for most of them. I'm imagining your heal spells are kind of burny. They kind of cauterize and mend that stuff. I will say he's not dead, but he is now one-armed William.
The great thing to have for your crafter, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Well, at least I max rolled on his heal.
Yeah.
That saved him.
Mm-hmm. You all make it to the end of this little platform after seeing the horrific loss of this. There's a sharp iron pillar that's just stabbing through this thing now. You are very careful past that to not pick your way through any more traps. And as you get to the end of this thing, there is an orb on the right and an orb on the left that appear and just shimmer in front of you. Two orbs of magic, one right, one left. Looking down, it is more of the same. It is a simple view into the lower foundry.
Detecting aura, do we know what type of magic the orbs are?
Some sort of force magic, that whatever magic would be appropriate for making a platform.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm just
I'm
cutting out
Options
the
are
middle
left or
there.
right?
A left orb or a right orb. Other than that, or you could walk off this platform into the bottom of it.
Well, devils always go left, right? So we touch the right one.
You touch the right orb, a shimmering plane of force appears in front of you.
Go across.
Step onto it.
Yeah.
A lot of you step onto this force. It begins to descend. Goes all the way down, descending into the furnaces. There is an intense heat that starts to permeate the area. Not so bad for our boy Voth right now, I don't think, but for everybody else, I need a fortitude saving throw. You begin to get very hot very quickly.
Our scales, they're nice.
You are both okay. DC was 20. You know for a fact if you stay in this heat too much longer, you're going to start to become exhausted. It is very hard to exist in this area. However, you make it down to the bottom. In front of you, you see the foundries. They stretch out for as far as your eyes can see down below. Thick black smoke pours out of this thing and dissipates into thin air as far as you can tell. You don't know how it does it, but it does. There are a lot of little demon or devil eyes that start to turn and look at you, and some of them stop what they're doing, carrying shovels covered in soot and sweat as they look at you, and they start to step forward. There's about 10 of them right now.
I just keep moving.
Okay, you're gonna move towards them or away?
Like whatever looks like our straight like path through here would be. So if there's some giant door in the distance or hallway or whatever like we've been seeing, I just start moving towards wherever that is.
Okay. You move your way towards that. They follow for a bit, but don't seem to linger too long. There's some looks back at the coal piles and then look at you, and they turn away.
Do any of them seem to follow us?
No,
Okay.
they start to, like, they look like, oh, we're gonna follow, what the fuck is this? We're gonna investigate and follow. But you start to move away from their pile. They're like, but the pile, I can't leave the... You think they're more afraid of not doing their job than letting you roam around. They could probably feign ignorance that you were there, because they were doing their job, right? But they can't not do their job and go after you. So none of them peel off. They all stay true to their tasks and continue shoveling coal into these furnaces. You make your way across a small little platform, and you can see now, much like the picture behind me, there's large pathways that kind of float over lava below you. Incredible amounts of lava. There's some platforms where you can see there's certain things being done to this molten kind of... You're assuming it's the iron, right, or whatever it is that they're pulling out of the ground. You can see they're doing things to it, whether it's putting it through some sort of device or a machine or something like that. And there are other things that are coming out, like it's separating it into different stuff. Steel, carbon, other things like that. There's huge piles of coal that are being transported away. There's huge, just buckets of this liquid magma that are being pulled out. And you can see there's other stuff that are being pulled out too. Some people are holding up sparkling, shining looking gems and putting it in these buckets, sorting them out, as well as other metals being put out. And then there's just shit they're taking and throwing the fuck back in. Just like, nope, this is not what we want, and they just chuck it out. Seems like they extract all the different minerals from these cubes that kind of are on these little platforms that are floating. Seems like they just pour it in the cube. Cube disseminates it into what its base components are, and they just keep doing that. Walking along this path, there's those little platforms that are floating above the lava everywhere. Countless numbers of them. But the path goes straight forward to a large temple-looking thing in the middle. Looks like, for all intents and purposes, the hub of this area. There's a lot of traffic going to it from all different places. As you're walking along this path, there's even devils that have little carts that are pushing things. And some of them look at you, not sure what is going on. One of them comes up. Nick, your character is the only one who speaks their language, correct?
I think so. Do you guys have Diabolic?
No.
Okay.
As you hear them, they're like, this must be a test. No one comes down here. Either that or we've gone mad completely. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time. All of these little creatures are just imps for all intents and purposes, or variations of an imp, that are pushing carts with supplies. They are working. They seem to not stop to fuck with you or anything like that, but you can tell as you start to just listen, they're like, maybe we should do something about them. The master may reward us for this. He's like, no, the master does not ever want to see us. That's the rules. We can't go up. There is tons of these things. They all seem hesitant to even look at you for longer than a moment. But you can tell, just by their whispering, they don't know that you speak their language. And they're ready to attack you if you do anything. They're like, this is a test. If they step out of line, rip their flesh from their bones. You'd also hear something that's better than those damn ghosts. I hate that job. I don't ever want to be possessed.
I just kind of whisper to everybody, just keep moving forward and ignore them.
Oh, so what I was doing anyway. Okay, cool.
This is a very tense situation. I need you all to give me some sort of just mind my own business check. Performance, persuasion, deception, intimidation. Tell me how you're not drawing attention to yourself, or how you're keeping them from paying attention to you.
Yeah, so I'm gonna link some feats here real quick, because I don't need to fucking speak a language to intimidate these fucks, because I have both quick coercion and intimidating prowess and group coercion. So I basically
Battery low. Please charge.
as I'm walking, I can intimidate 5 people at a time at this level, I believe it is, or is it only 2? Course.
Up to 5 targets instead of 1.
Yeah, so I'm basically walking and I am just flexing and basically giving the like don't like stay the fuck out of my way flex.
Okay. That's good for you. What about the other 2? What do you guys do? I mean, he's covering a lot of the ground.
I have my intimidating aura from my marshal's presence active, so if they're within 15 feet, they start to feel frightened around me. And every single time one of them kind of gives me that look of, we should tear off their bones, I'm going to just kind of look at him and just keep walking.
Okay. And then, Ondol, what are you doing?
Wow, fuck you.
Seeing the impressive performance upon me, I'm going to just try to blend in. I'm going to roll a stealth.
Stealth works. Stealth
I'm just trying to blend in with him. Like,
absolutely works.
Yes.
So, Ondol, you are in the shadow of a marshal of intimidating, frightful presence. As he walks through, there is no one who wants to make eye contact with him. They look away as they look scared. Some of them don't. Those who have the balls to look up and do that, then lay their eyes on Voth, who fucking has the confidence of a dragon walking down this thing. None of them even see you. You are within a snap of your wrist for striking them in the throat and killing them if they wanted to. You think maybe one of them notices you? One out of this whole 5-minute walk down this fucking imposing walkway. And the one that sees you is terrified that he didn't see you among this thing. And immediately just stops in his tracks, sits down. I don't know how a group of level 5s can walk through hell with this much swagger, but y'all be doing it. Y'all are going in there with the damn swagger, son.
Dragon.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that gets you through this area quite easily. You make your way into the large central chamber with flowing rivulets of lava pouring off this stuff, splashing, making sparks everywhere. And you enter into large, this is all stone. This is not metal like the rest of the place. It's stone. It is sweltering. Those of you who need to make checks again, please do. Greg, you will need to make the next check if you guys stay here longer. 25 gets it. 19 does not. I need you to roll for your people as well. One-Armed Willie and Gregory. Both of them gain a level of fatigue, as well as
Abaddon got
Ondel.
an 18.
And Abaddon gets one as well.
I pick him up and just kind of drape him over my shoulders. And then poor Gregory.
Okay.
If I notice the exhaustion, if it's noticeable, I'll actually I'll carry well.
Okay, so fatigue 1 on Ondol. Both and Horus are good. Abaddon also has fatigue 1 as well. Okay, with that being said, fatigue is not a horrible condition. -1 status penalty to armor class and saving throws. You can't use exploration activities performed while traveling. So we're kind of doing exploration, but this is also not so much exploration. So there may be times that if it makes sense, a fatigue penalty would come into play. You just -1. Or you're too tired again. You make your way into this large stone chamber. Inside here, you can see larger devils. There is one of those creatures you saw turn to iron in here, sitting behind a large black stone desk. And as you walk in, all the little imps who have been paying you no mind scatter as he stirs from his desk. There is a large, imposing figure, stands massive, his huge horns scraping against the ceiling of this place. His wings unfurl. The sulfur stench from his breath reaches your nostrils as he exclaims in a very deep, loud voice, "Who are you? And why are you here?" There is an unsheathing of a very large sword, slowly, and a whip of fire that crackles exits behind him. Choose your words wisely.
Does he say it in common or does he say it in diabolic?
He says it in diabolic.
God damn it. That really sucks.
He then repeats himself in common because he understands who you are. Actually, I think he would speak it in a mixture of both languages. So you guys get enough of everything he says. That's what he says.
Okay. That works fun. I'd answer back, I am Voth, and you should know that the Master doesn't trust you enough to tell you about what my mission would be.
You obviously don't know the Master enough to step into my domain without the proper authority to do so. The whip cracks. It's not just fire, it's also lightning. As it crackles throughout the air, and he then goes, "What is your purpose down here?" "I'll smell like you're from the city. possible. Hurry up.
Can I use a religion check to figure out what kind
Absolutely.
of devil he is?
Sure.
I have that skill. I'm not gonna use it. Here we go. Oh, did you see that 20? It sat there for a moment. Oh.
Hero point. Hero point. Nick, come on.
No, I'm not
Good,
gonna
if you
go.
want.
No.
You know of it as the pinnacle of devilhood. It is the highest form before you become unique. It is a thing of terror and treachery. It is a pit fiend. You do not know much more than that, as it is only written of in hushed little tones and not spoken of fondly, as most people who see them do not survive.
How do they? Are pit fiends like the pinnacle of a fallen angel?
You would, with your 11, you have no idea.
Okay.
Unless you wanted to use a different skill check besides religion. There might be other ways to figure out that kind of stuff. However, your religion knowledge is tapped. For the moment, anyway.
I guess. Okay, so you say that something about our mission.
I tried the deception route. I
Yeah.
could try the diplomacy route next.
I didn't.
I'm gonna.
I didn't have you roll anything, so.
Mm.
But it's good. It's good for now.
I'm gonna let my halo out, and then I'm gonna look at him and I'm gonna say, "We are journeying for my ascension." It's got that black tinge to it.
Hmm. Ooh.
This is the first time we've seen that black tinge.
It's always been there, but I'm usually really bright because I'm the only thing
That's
bright
light.
at nighttime.
Yeah. This place is incredibly well lit with fire, so that white
so you
light,
notice it.
that white light versus that fire glow is very. You definitely have that contrast. You want to say again that your journey for your ascension.
Yeah. Now I know a little bit about my evil side of who I was.
So you're playing off the other soul.
Yeah.
Interesting. Give me now. This is okay. I'm gonna say this is DM to player. This is a fucking bold move. This is like the fucking putting your life savings on black. All right.
Yeah.
Like you're
It's
going
almost
for it.
cool as being a dragon.
It's
Almost.
it's almost it's in the wheelhouse. It's in the wheelhouse. Not the
I
same.
like it.
Similar fucking ballsies. I get it.
Parallel.
Yeah, it's 2 tracks. They'll never touch, but they're going the same place. Give me whatever check you think that is. Is that a persuasion? Is that intimidation? Is it deception? Whatever your character actually believes, I want you to roll that. Okay?
I'd go with intimidation.
All right, so you're going to give me intimidation. What are you two doing to back your friend's play up? Because he's going to need it. If you are doing something, now's the time to get creative on selling this thing. I'll give you each about 10 seconds to tell me what you're doing, starting now.
Greg's muted.
That whole bodyguard thing where you got the people just like in the background, just flexing.
Okay?
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and kneel. As soon as he says ascension, I'm gonna kneel like a knight's kneel. Like it's also meaningful to me, but in a different way. Like it's just the word itself.
All right. Nick, you're going to get your what does your little guy do? Does he do anything?
Get him, boss. Get him.
I mean, he could take. This is all kind of free flow, so this could be he takes a knee
could be
too, or something like that, or.
When I say that, because he's already on my shoulders, so he just kind of sits there and like flaps. His
Oh,
wings.
not Abaddon, your acolyte. I got
Oh,
something for
but
Abaddon.
he's gonna kneel too.
Okay, so he kneels too. And then what does Abaddon do? You had something that you wanted Abaddon. To back up your
So he also has the ability to help intimidate. I never use it because I've got Greg.
So the little dragon kind of goes up on your shoulders and just like sits behind the light of the halo, just menacingly. You have a guy in hell pimp outfit, like walking down this motherfucker, like, yeah, we're meant to be here. You don't even know our business. And then you have, I'm here for my ascension, and then two people fucking kneel. We're gonna go ahead and say for both those people kneeling, we'll give you a +2 for each, so that's 4. For Abaddon being, you have a menacing vanity pet, is what it looks like to this guy. We'll give you another +2, so that's a +6. And for having your own lackey, we'll give you another 2, so that's a +8. We'll give you a +8 to the roll. Intimidate. Don't fuck it up.
Yeah, right. Okay, here we go.
You are trying to intimidate a pit fiend, by the way, at level
Right.
5. If this
At level
fucking,
5.
if this comes off, this is some fucking zazz. All right, this is a big move right here.
I really wish I'd put points in charisma this level.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
What was that about?
I just
Spreading
put it
out
all into
points is the
strength.
worst, and I wish I could all put it in the one.
That's how that goes.
10.
It's a 19 plus 8, so
27. Anything else you want to try to add?
Makes you 0 point, Nick.
good hero point.
You're at a 10. Nick, and it's about 50% chance it gets better. A little bit less, but
So I don't know how. I think that would probably be a bad idea. When I pop out my halo and say this, can I use Divine Lance to just have that magical lance appear in my hand and I slam into the ground?
You can do that as part of. You can do that as part of the thing.
Okay. What's funny is I took the spell that literally gives me Consecrate, and I didn't prepare it because I was like, I'm never gonna use this fight. So I have Holy Light, but that I think would be an attack roll because it's against his AC.
All right. So what does it total come out to be?
27.
I'm gonna roll a d20. Okay. I'm gonna roll against the pit fiend's his saving throw for will. Or not will. I'll try to counter. I'll try to counter intimidate you. That's what he's gonna do. You're gonna puff your chest. He's gonna try to puff it bigger. That sounds more in line with what he would do.
no, we have to make a will saving throw, not him.
We all get a +1 against fear effects. So
He rolled 1 better than you.
yeah. Which wouldn't that be nullified because of my aura?
You don't know what you've said to this guy,
Right.
and it's the best thing. He says, you're the play. You're the Gambit the Master's been working on. That's all he could muster. I could have done better. Fine. What is it you're here for? Why are you in the pits? Do you need men? Or do you need chattel? He gives his hands out to the imps.
I would like to use my newfound lore skill.
Perfect.
He used to be a tyrant lord,
He is.
So he used to have an army at one point.
Sure.
So could I use my lore skill for what would be the most fearsome fighting force?
You can use it for whatever you want to do.
Okay. So that's what I'm going to try to do. I will look at him and kind of glare at the imps. And I'll look back and be like, they won't give me what I need. I need stronger units.
Roll me a d20.
Okay.
You need stronger units. I'll give you a d20.
10, 11, 12. Jesus Christ.
12.
Yeah.
Calls over 12 of these little imp-looking creatures. What you see as they come out, they're not imps. Imps are small little creatures that have wings and things like that. These you remember are now called lemurs. They are the base level devil, like that. And he says, I can't give you much. I've done most of my shaping with the sludge that the master gives us to keep these pits running. But I will give you these. And he throws his hand out, and there is a horrific force as he yells a word of dark ritual. It makes your ears hurt. All y'all roll a d6 and take that much damage. Sonic. You rolled 12, huh?
Yep.
All right, Nick. Here's the play.
Okay.
He is going to use his ability as a pit fiend to shape devils. He needs something to shape. Does he use those devils as fuel to shape one of you? Or maybe your apprentices or people like that into a devil of sorts? Or does he just shape those 12 into devils for you? And do you want one or two? If you do two, I'd say the apprentices are perfect candidates for this dark transformation. However, it's definitely going against their will and is probably an evil act. But you will change them.
Like get his arm back that way.
You might get an arm.
Would this break their cycle of being trapped down here?
Oh, it's very much going to break their cycle of being trapped down there. It will probably destroy their souls and turn them into a devil. You don't know any of this. I'm just saying it out loud because it's funny for me to say it to you because I know this is some fucked up shit. Like, your character's like, I don't know what any of this means. He's like, do you want one or two? And then he fucking does a dark ritual and fucking shapes the flesh of these creatures.
Greg, you want a devil buddy?
I'm about to leak the appropriate gif.
Okay.
Oh God.
Beautiful. Yeah, we'll take two.
Okay. Instead of one rust devil, you can get two. Actually, we can do...
It was the Phidias meme, by the way. Do it.
Yeah, do it.
Okay. You gain two devilish creatures. Your apostles, your people who follow you, One-Armed Willie and Gregory both erupt into flames, as do the lemurs. As you can see, their life essence is ripped from them. They turn to blobs of just jelly mass on the floor, and the fire that's inside them strikes both those two, immolating them completely. And you can hear their screams, "No! Ah!" quickly gone. And once the fire cools, standing before you are two beautiful looking people. They, for all intents and purposes, they look both women, both interesting looking. Red eyes, glowing red. Dark makeup around their eyes. Dressed in finery. They have demonic or devil-looking sigils branded onto their hands and face and neck. They both carry 2 large books, the backpacks, a belt, and they have what looks to be a small rapier at their side, made of hellsteel. You have 2 new creatures. As they both bow to you, Master, you have 2 hellbound attorneys.
Awesome. That's so cool.
Oh, the best kind of combat. We could fucking tie them down with legal litigation. Yes!
Oh, that's so good. It's horrible for my poor acolyte.
Don't worry, we could sue for it. Sue for damages.
Nope. You asked for this. Fine. There. I have crafted you more suitable retainers for now. If the master sees fit, I'm sure he will have you come back down for more. Good luck in your journeys, you'll need it. And remember, their lives are forfeit. You must make it there. Now be gone from my sight. I have quotas to meet and tortures to do.
I stoically nod at him as I pull my halo back around my neck.
Give me a deception check. No, I'm just joking. Okay. Alright. So, what do you do?
So, his is the only room left, right?
There's paths out of here. There's
Okay.
a downward path, a path up further into this place, and then paths that lead to the other long corridor, like you can kind of see in the picture behind me, long pathways that go into this place. This is a citadel in the middle of a giant circular tower with 4 paths. You came in 1 path.
We start going back up. Get away from the heat.
Okay, you start to make your way up. Smart. I was just about to make you make another save. Quickly, as you ascend, the heat begins to dissipate. The 2 hellbound attorneys with you just take up step behind all of you. Quiet and listening.
The second we get out of earshot of that dude, I'm just gonna be like, so what do we call you?
What do you wish us to be called? They say together in a fucking super eerie tone. They speak like they're one person, but they both open their mouths and shit comes out.
Second answer like that, I look at my friend here and I'll be like, all yours, bud. And, use my 35 walk speed that I have. And I move forward.
You're like, not cool, don't like it, dipping, see ya.
Fine apples.
Battery 20%.
Pineapples, don't like it. I'm just opening my door, keep going. Actually, you're gonna get more water, so keep going.
Okay. I'm looking up devil names. Hang on.
And
Okay.
as I walk past him, I'm just like, find out where we're going. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at the 2 attorneys and I'm gonna be like, before we appoint you a name, do you know how to get out of here? Cool. I start thinking that. I'm visualizing my way out is through a nice, warm looking, like not hot fire door, but like a warm cottage door.
I take that a step further as he's like, so we're on like the staircase up right now, right?
Yeah, you're on a staircase up.
So I just imagine like as I'm walking forward, basically the same steps we're going up, a door at the end that I open it and a portal is inside that room.
Okay. What about you, Ondol? What are you thinking?
Boobs.
Well, surprisingly enough, it's quite similar to kind of what I guess Horace was thinking about, where it's this misplaced exit, just a simple door, not marked, not anything special about it, that just leads out of here to back to where we were.
Hey. All right. So, I am going. Whoops, that's the right one.
Can't believe you'd sacrifice Gregory like that, by the way.
I didn't want to, but we were stuck.
Been friends for so long.
He was my buddy for a whole 2 weeks. So
I'm gonna show this to the stream real quick. Actually, quick. This painting, which I'm about to show you all, so just stand by, is what I want everybody to think about as you do it. It's a very classic painting. It depicts a man playing chess with the devil. Doesn't look like a devil, he just looks like a sinister looking man who definitely has the man beat on chess. Behind them, an angel sits, simply just watching, not interfering. And there's motifs of all sorts of crazy stuff like you would see in any Renaissance painting. I will link it to you guys in the chat, so look at it as you wish. That is the painting. Right, let's go back to I have some painting. Now, what's that? This painting is what you kind of see. You make your way up, find a door that just doesn't seem to belong anywhere else. It's a simple wooden door. As you open it up, you are looking down at the scene. You are at a balcony looking down, and instead of the man, you can see a handmaiden. She's playing a game of chess against a devil. This devil, gray, beautiful skin, completely bald, a Van Dyke looking goatee, chiseled to a point. He's just a bit taller than a normal person, probably sitting around like 8.5, 9 feet tall. So he's an imposingly large figure. Two small, pristine-looking black horns from the top of his head, gray, runed armor with a regal-looking cape over one shoulder. There is a helmet that matches the rest of the armor, sitting at his feet. And they sit in chairs, and they are playing a game of chess. There is no angel behind there that any of you can see, but you can feel a presence. There is somebody watching them play that is as imposing of a figure without being there as the devil is sitting right there. She makes a move, and he looks at her and says, 3 moves to checkmate then. She's like, oh, really? I think I might have something up my sleeve. And he says, well, are you sure that that's what you wanted to wager? She says, yes, I had a fun time on my vacation, but alas, it has to come to an end. My mistress will leave me. He's like, it's true, she might need you. However, I believe you changed the deal. You brought in rats from the city into my tower. You understand no one's done that in a very long time. Oh yes, I know. And you remember the terms of the deal. I don't have to win to get out. And if I win, I get just the consolation prize and not your throne. He's like, that's true. It's very, very true. By winning, I retain everything I have, and you get to walk away with your consolation prize. I'm assuming you're going to want them as your consolation prize. You're going to try to take them from hell. She smiles and says, yes, of course. She glances up, seeing you guys. She says, but I mean, you kind of knew that when I came down here, right? I had an inkling. They were fun to watch. He slides his queen into a position, and she looks down and goes, "Oh, move. I'll have to think about this one." She begins to deeply ponder. You all can
Bro,
see.
I've been looking at her board state. It's ass.
It's not good. It's not good. It's not good. There are two ways across, down, and behind them, out the door. You said you knew it when you'd see it. That door is the way out. You just have to walk past an archdevil and this girl and some weird imposing figure you can't see, but you can definitely feel.
We've been using the big dick energy.
Yeah, you just
We're
talked.
gonna try it.
You just talked in a fucking thing, yeah. What do you do?
You're just walking.
Yeah, we're just gonna just walk by.
So as you get closer, I need you all to make a will save.
Only question I do have is, so they've got like that smaller board. You've kind of noted there's been like stuff below us this whole time. Is there like another board below or anything like that?
Give me a perception check after you give me your will save.
If it's a fear effect, we get a +1.
It's not a fear effect. Yeah, sure. I'll count it as a fear effect. You get your +1.
Cool. 18's not gonna save us.
Oh,
Fuck you, man.
dragon of the.
Thank God, Bob.
Dang it.
I don't see the board if there is one, but I'm okay on the check.
How
As
do my
you,
attorneys look?
they look heads down as they are walking into this building, and they are following you. But see, their loyalty is not to you at this point.
That's okay.
As you guys begin walking down the stairs with your big dick energy, take a seat, he says in a tone that all of you absolutely desire now to take a seat.
Even with my nat 20?
Even with your nat 20. Your
I think
nat
it's-
20 does not defeat his plus 56 to his roll. I wanted to give you that moment of, I can do this, and then, no, I physically fucking can't do this. You're in the presence of an archdevil. You may have swaggered your way past a pit fiend, but you will not fucking deny me my moment as the DM. Give me this one! Give me this one!
Nice. I take the closest seat I can like check out the board at, and I definitely get that like get close and looking at the board state. Like I was super zoomed in on that picture trying to figure out whatever, like if that was even a fucking redeemable position.
So that's actually there's actually college classes taught on that board position because it's ambiguous. You can't tell which pieces are which. People have ideas on which pieces are which, but you don't know, is that a queen, is that a rook, is that a knight?
Yep.
Based on the different pieces, there's two outcomes that are agreed upon. One, there's a majority of the chance the devil will win. And the other point is, if certain pieces are certain things, that there's one move that the player has that will checkmate the devil. So there's always hope, right? So that's the duality of the picture, but it's all based on your interpretation of the pieces, right? So it's a very interesting thing. But anyway, that's history for real life stuff. We're playing Dungeons & Dragons. We're in the middle of an archdevil playing a friendly game with a wager against a imposingly interesting ironclad or bronze-clad lady. You sit and watch as she's like, and he doesn't look at any of you, but he knows you're there. And he looks and he says, to her, he goes, so why these ones? You know what them leaving would do, right? You know this will not end well for you. It won't end well for anyone. I have to follow rules, and I have the rules to fall back on. Even I will be punished for this. But it's within the rules. You understand, what you're trying to do, correct? She says, I know that I served my mistress and that she wanted them specifically. Pulling them out of here is her bidding. And I must do my mistress's bidding. And he nods. He's like, agreed. If my master asked me to do something, I would have to do the same. However, there are certain rules, cosmic, in fact, that have been put in place by him. You are willing to break them. You understand that. And they will be on their own. And they will hurt. I know. That's why I tested them to see if they can even make it this far. Got some chops. She moves a piece and slides it. He looks at the board. Interesting. Anybody doing anything? There is no board under the table as you look. None that you can see.
Yeah, just making sure there wasn't like a this is Wizard's chess moment where if I could go like stand on the board and checkmate or some shit like that.
True. I mean, from just perceiving it with a 12, nothing that you can do. But you are compelled to sit still.
Mm.
Anybody else doing anything? Trying to see anything, notice anything, look around, do something? Or are you just going to watch this play out?
I'm trying to look at whatever that imposing energy is, and I'm trying to like detect magic to see if I can see it. And then I look at Abaddon, and because I know he can smell.
You cast Detect Magic. Give me a Perception Smell for Abaddon. I forgot he could do that.
Okay.
And then you can give me your Detect Magic.
So this is the 25 to smell things.
He smites you for casting magic in his chamber.
There, he smells a very unique smell he's never smelled before, which is Dispater. He smells the Handmaiden and her fucking bag of gore. He also smells something. He can't put his finger on it, but he knows it's in front of the door. Your 11, is that just looking with your eyes?
Yeah.
You see,
Yeah.
you see nothing but what I've described so far. It's a brilliant looking scene in this little side room. Detect magic. Give me a fortitude save.
I knew it was coming.
Because you fucking literally got it. It was a 30.
My butthole puckered right there.
Yeah, dude, I was like, well, this is another campaign where you lose your somebody's losing their eyes for looking at shit they shouldn't be looking at. Motherfucker
There's a
nailed
reason
it.
you're dragon adjacent.
Yeah, yeah. Parallel lines. Not touching. Not touching. Until they do, and then it's terrifying. But you look and your eyes flash for a second and quickly look away as you can see Dispater ever so slightly glances not at you but in your direction and chuckles. Be careful. You might not like what you see. Detect magic worked. You see every school of magic in as bright as the sun in front of you in the doorway. And then you see a lot of shit that is just not even as important as whatever that the fuck is in front of you guys. You think you looked upon something that is magic. Like, you detected magic, you found the origin of magic. Like, it's that kind of strong. Overwhelming. Like, I've just asked you to describe the color red. Like, it's like, tell me what red is. You're like, does not compute. But you know for a fact that whatever is there is overwhelming, even compared to the two creatures in front of you.
The Archdevil and whatever she is.
The Handmaiden, you know her name. The Mistress of Tima. Anybody else doing anything? Ondal? Rather quiet.
No, the only thing I wanted to make sure was the doors or things that are leading into this place is only what we know as the exit door and where we came from.
As far as you can tell, everything else kind of like in the picture how it trails off into black. Can't see. just goes off. This is your magic using friends would say this is probably non-dimensional in some way. Like the exit isn't in there. The exit's through there, but it's not in there, if that makes sense. You have to be in there to get to this non-dimensional space, but you have to know how to get to the non-dimensional space to begin with. So, with that being said... go ahead.
One thing I will note is that little black book I've got, I've actually written down the board state as well as like trying to take chess notation as far as their moves go, but obviously since I can't exactly tell what the pieces are, I'm like trying to guess what the piece is for each one.
Mm-hmm. And there's also, as you think about that and you're writing things down and you come to that realization, is this chess? They haven't said we're playing a chess game. They're just playing a game that looks similar to. Is it chess?
Well, now I start, I'm watching with the detail now I'm taking, I'll notice that very quickly if it is or not. So realistically, watching two pieces move, he'd know.
I'm gonna just, not with my full bravado, but more of a, I'm trying to be respectful tone. I would ask, what cosmic laws are you breaking?
Okay. Here's where...
Is he gonna get the line?
No, he's
I was
not.
waiting for it. I
He's
saw
not.
the
Are you
fingers.
sure? I know.
oh,
I was like,
shit.
are you
That's
sure?
a very good question. That's a very good question to ask. Greg, I told you because you did a write-up, you get to go first. So, I will start off this. Oh, man. A very good question. There are 3 cosmic laws, all wrapped up in very deep legalese, things along that line.
I have 2 attorneys with me.
You do, and they're the only reason you might be able to fucking get more information about this after this is over. That's why I thought it was funny that they were the 2 you could... It was either that or an Iranese, which is a lawyer devil too, but she's more of the bailiff and they're the counselors. So you you got these 2, but there are 3. There are 3. The first law you would be breaking is the law of sin and sentence, he says. All have sinned. All must be sentenced. The second...
Grand soul larceny.
Right. He says... oh my gosh. I'm trying to, say this how he would, because it's different. He said the next would be the treatise of the Court of the Dragons. And the third would be the parable of what dead men say. All 3 will be broken, and that is not good. That is something that damns the universe to change after its ordering. It'll set us back a lot. And I find myself playing in a game with a clever individual. They've long conned me. They know these rules. And they know for a fact that breaking them cause upheaval. Not from me. This is a fair game. And I am free to give what she's asking. However, In doing so, I am making enemies. So do I play the game and win and create this, or do I lose and give up my throne? As she cleverly placed the rulership of this level as the prize. I can easily beat her. It's doable, and he looks. 2 moves. That one was clever. Let's see that. I thought about it, but I didn't think you would play it. So 2 moves. She'll be finished. So do I lose my power, relinquish my station, and keep cosmic law unbroken? Or do I break cosmic, or do I allow them to break cosmic law, regain my state, keep my station, and my win streak? I applaud bravado. He nods to the handmaiden and she smiles. She turns to you guys and says, I'm basically playing to blow up the world as my prize. That's what pulling you suckers out was for the whole time. I guess. I didn't see it. He did.
Created a win-win scenario. Nice.
She looks and says, oh, I didn't. But if this game's over, you'll definitely get to meet who did. He slides a piece. 8 and 1. What do you guys do? I have one more bit of exposition left before whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen. You guys have free reign to do whatever you want to do. You can be as crazy or as stoic as you like. She's playing to get you out of hell, and that is definitely going to happen if he wins. So you want to do something different?
Do we embody each one of these laws?
Say it again.
Do we embody each one of these laws?
You're asking Dispater, or are you asking her, or are you asking the table?
I was about to be
I'm
like,
just asking the
yeah,
table, but
I'll
he's
just kind of
answered
be,
me.
I'll just, no, I'll just fucking be, while you say that, I just kind of fucking like kick you over, be like, yes, that's us.
He says, in some ways, yes. Poetically, yes. In other ways, no. Those laws were written long before any of you were conceived as thoughts. I mean, somewhere down the line you were a thought. They were written without you in mind. However, you do embody certain.
We're forced seated right now, right?
Yes.
Like we're still foe compelled.
Uh,
and how far away?
You haven't tried to move, but
How far away are we from the table?
I'd say probably
What did you say?
like 5-10 feet. Not very far.
Okay.
This is the closest you can get to a devil who does not necessarily want to just delete you from his realm of existence, that you think you could ever actually be. He would have auras and presences, and they're all suppressed right now. He does not feel threatened. He's having a friendly game. With incredibly high stakes.
I'll at least kind of I'll speak up, and I'll just kind of say, I don't know what you normally choose, but I do know if I really wanted to intrude here, the first thing I want to do is use my spell work to flip that table over and just watch your game fall to the ground. As since I've said it, and I think they're smart enough to memorize their board state, I will go ahead and try to cast that spell. Just a simple shockwave.
Sure.
As I try to knock the basically the pieces over.
Terrestrial creatures in the affected area must reflex save. Stumbling is a shot.
Oh, I guess they're not creatures. I guess I can't do it, although I wanted to. Damn.
I like it. I like it.
Okay, well, we'll let it ride. Could fireball, but I don't think that's quite the same thing.
So, as you go to cast your spell, you see his hand move incredibly quick, and he casts a spell of his own. Your spell goes off, and it knocks everything off the board. What do you think happens next? You tell me.
Well, he probably fucking smites me where I stand.
Okay. And then what happens? You're just dead?
No, I think he'd be the type to, kind of probably keep me just short of death, and then kind of have me watch as whatever this is plays out.
So, you two see the spell never went off. Voth sits there, and he goes to cast his spell, and he puts his hands down, and he just kind of looks down. You two see him do that. And you just kind of see the hand move from Dissipator as he continues to move. Voth, in your head, he turns to look at you with his eyes. Two black, dark pools, no pupils, anything like that. He looks at you directly, and he says, "Is that what you think would happen? Do you want it to happen? I can make it happen."
Oh, I definitely don't think that's what would happen. This is your
No. That is what you said you think would happen. He looks at you and says this to you, but before he knows exactly what you think is going to happen now. He read your thoughts. He knows exactly what you think or what you were expecting. And he just goes, do you want that? I can do that. What do you want?
I want to leave this place.
You're about to. Things happen for reasons. I'm curious, as all mortals who've ever had an audience with me, there have been, I can count, less than 50. You three are no different. There's always one that does not know the rules of etiquette. Now, I'm going to finish the game. But while I'm sitting here finishing the game, I want you to think about that. That's what this place is for anyway. It's penance. It's penance and cleansing of your weak mortal proclivities and failures. So while you sit here and think, I will put you in the state you thought you were going to be in. When it's over, the game that is, I'll wake you up from it. But enjoy. He snaps your fingers, everything goes fucking pain, you can't see anything straight, you feel your body being ripped apart, your soul mangled, it is absolute horror and terror for you, and the two of you just see him kind of drop his head, he's just shaking and twitching. No noise, no nothing, just absolute fucking pain. Yeah, that'll be a fun one to fuck around with, because that's probably more traumatic than anything you've fucking had this entire time so far. There is no bravado in this. There is no, I can just fucking, I'll be okay. You're not okay after this.
Yeah.
I want you to roleplay that you are not okay after this. This is your self-imposed worst nightmare of what you thought he was going to do to you is happening. And it is fucking bad. Back to the present. I was hoping someone would fuck with Dissipator. Someone fucked with Dissipator. Anybody else doing anything? Anybody else want to fucking flip the board? Nah, I think we're good. But honestly, anybody want to say anything, ask any questions, do anything? I know you asked the one question already. Are we embodiments of it? He's like, a little, yeah, but not really. Those are just the cosmic laws that'll be broken. He just says it as a matter of fact. Right, without that, he then looks at
I was
her.
gonna ask her a question.
Oh, shoot, go ahead. Yeah.
And I think I have one too. Go ahead.
All right,
Okay,
yeah, go ahead.
You shoot first.
Mine was just, I guess it could be asked to anyone at the table, but I wanted to know how many people have you believed in before and brought on this journey? Is it the same number of people mortals he's seen? 50?
Say the question one more time.
Oh, referring to the handmaiden, she chose us in the beginning of this path to put us on this journey. How many others has she chosen and succeeded to this point that we're at right now?
She looks none. No one succeeded. Chosen? Doesn't answer. But you know she has an answer. She just chooses not to.
Okay, that's all I read.
Okay. What is yours?
It was like a version of what I was gonna ask her.
You're like, ah.
Was good. No, I'm gonna ask her why. Why do you want to destroy the universe or this other person?
She says, I don't. I don't know what my mistress desires. I know what happens if these laws are broken. It's exciting. She looks at Dispater and says, I can tell you more if the mistress allows. But here's not the place. She looks and says, there's certain things you can and can't do here. Under painful penalty. And then, I don't know if you read what I said, Greg, but if you did have a question, you will still get it answered. He just won't answer it to you, he'll answer it to you.
It wouldn't be so much a question as more as you said, the insanities kind of happen. So more where the question would normally be present, you'd basically hear 49 voices in unison, basically say, "We'll always keep going. Take another step."
There it is. I like that. Do you say that out loud?
Those are the one, yeah. Well, yeah, and I'd say if I said that effect of 49 different voices,
It sounds,
or I guess 50, yeah.
It sounds wild coming out of you. So he chatters this off, and it sounds unearthly. It sounds wrong. You see the handmaiden, as she hears that, she grits her teeth angrily. Very. I don't know where he heard that. We'll talk about that more. She looks at you, Voth, but does not know you're trapped in your own hellscape right now. And she looks at you, like expecting for you to be like, have a response or be afraid. She's intimidating, glaring the fuck out of you, but you're just not there to be intimidated. As she looks, side to side and sees you two. She looks scary, but goes back to the game and just moves a piece willy-nilly. And he goes, it's been fun. A great game. I appreciate the moves, the ambition, and that I could easily... He pushes the king piece over a little bit and it wobbles. He fixes it. I could easily quit and let you win. Would you like that, handmaid? Would you like to be the Lord of the Second? Would you like to give me a long vacation from this horrible job I love? He kind of just swirls the piece around and he sets it down. He goes, or will the pawn king? Your pick. Mind. When you do make your way, he's not looking at either of you or any of you. He does kind of say, when you do make your way out of here, if I should find you back, if you survive, know that I will not look fondly on our time together, not give you any quarter or respite. And I will put you back into the machine I've so meticulously created to grind worthless fucking mortals to nothing, to base parts once again. You are not special to me. And to be honest, I'd be glad to be rid of the things that you carry on you. These fucking souls don't belong here anyway. They have no useful parts. The underlying stuff I'm sad to see go. They were promising. But the rest of them, I'll be glad to be rid of. So, ruin and what may. He moves a piece. Checkmate. Good game. Puts his hand out to the handmaiden. She takes it and shakes as she knocks her king over. And the game is complete. You snap out of your horror buff as the game has been completed. This Bader stands from the table at the full height of him, his full size coming up. The armor he wears is exquisite. And he says, well, things are going to be different. I should get the forges ready for... Tell your handmaiden well played. Or tell your mistress well played, handmaiden. I sure hope she knows what she's doing. The master wouldn't risk open war against her. But for this, he might. There would definitely be hell to pay. Quite literally. He stands up. This is as that fucking presence follows. And he leaves the room. The door on the far end of the room, where the presence was in front of, you see cracks. And a wind blows through of hot, sweltering heat. But then it dissipates into warm and uncomfortable, but not sweltering. You can see outstretched before you plains of red dirt with hills. Large structures dot the landscape, one of them being a massive, craggy mountain, the shape of a dragon head, kind of in the prime position. There is a large, dark mountain that rises behind it, and you can see flying around it all manner of devilish creatures. As she says, come quickly, we must leave here before he changes his mind or gets angry. And she steps up from the table and makes her way through. The door to Avernus, the endless plains of battle. You follow.
Yep. Yes.
Alright, you are completely out of dis now. There are no do-overs, there's no changing of your characters, there's no reborn bullshit. The flesh that hates exists, but not here. You are also not bound by any sort of magical bullshit, as you are now in the greater multiverse. You find yourself in Avernus. Behind you is a massive iron wall that spreads horizon to horizon. Peeking from the top is a large tower behind you that is very small in the distance. You can kind of maybe see it, stretching in front of you are the infinite plains of another place. Welcome to Avernus. What is it that you do? As the handmaiden is gearing up for a walk, it seems.
Did my two lawyers come with me?
Yeah, everybody's with you. you earned those 2 fucking lawyers. You guys are keeping them until they die. So
I'm okay with this.
unless they die in the second layer of hell, in which case they're dead. But you know, their stuff. All right, I'm gonna give you guys a couple minutes to just role play. I'm gonna fill up my water again. So. But
I'll look at the two of you and be like, that was different. Not quite what I anticipated.
I'm just gonna get a nod.
I'm very taken back on the whole encounter. I didn't think we would be face to face with such a powerful being. I thought we would sneak out. I was intimidated.
Yeah, we all kind of broke. Can only go so far. Had to use it while I could before we got to this level, and now being an angel's really bad. Yeah. Oh, I know. This is okay. I abused it. So yeah, so I'll look at you guys and be like, well, I wonder what the next mission is. But I'll kind of tap my pouch around my neck and be like, I do have 2 missions I still need to pursue.
Then I will follow.
She said, did she not? We go to her master.
Hmm.
What should we
we're-
expect in this level?
Avernus. She says, "Oh, do you not know of Avernus?"
Do I know of Avernus?
Give me a check.
Okay. Lock my notes. Don't want to close it on accident. Religion. Here we go.
21. Avernus is the first layer of hell. However, this looks like it's butt right up to the second layer of hell. You thought they didn't really physically exist together. They were layers of a cake that don't touch, right? However, this looks like an endless expanse of a Mars-like terrain. Fires raining from the sky. Classic hell battlescape, you can imagine. Large clouds of dust kicking up. You can see creatures flying in the distance, creatures walking in the distance, pools of lava, a large lake that, or not a lake, but a large river that kind of lazily cuts through the majority of this place. You know of Avernus, you don't know of it. Like, I know Cincinnati's a place, but I've never been, so.
Yeah. So I tell her that. I've heard of Avernus, but I don't know of Avernus.
Avernus used to be the catch-all for anything that's spilt over from Gehenna. It used to be chained to this place quite literally, with... the semantics are not important. But that was a battlefield where we fought the demonic hordes over and over, forever and ever. It was great. I loved it. It was a great place to go vacation. But after things changed and the chains snapped and broke, we used to do different things. Chain down different creatures, whatever it was that they took them for. This place, the Nine Hells, the multiverse changed. Smashed together. So all of the planes are together. Avernus is now more correctly called the Avernal Plains. Endless, large plains. My mistress's realm resides here as well as the new master's. He is interesting, but not bad. I respect him for his crafts. There's the remnants of a lot of other things that crashed into here pathways to darker places, more sinister places like Sidus or the other levels. I even heard there's a pit down to Nessus itself. Here, but who would want to go down there? That place is bad for even my kind. She says, Infernus is what we call this place now. The collective place. The Avernal Plains is just one location. The General of Hell that resides here is the newest. But we do not step into his territory as we are my mistress's. She has her own carved out. Her and her mate.
Who's the new general?
Did you not learn that in hell you shouldn't say things names? Gives them power, lets them know where you are. I could tell you, but then you'd be on his radar. You sure you would? Your situation, as she kind of like traces your halo, might not be the best for them to.
I retract my halo.
Shrinkage! There's shrinkage. It's cold outside. But
They might hunt you and sell you for parts.
I'll look at her and be like, I feel the problem with not knowing something is just as bad as giving something power. But if you don't want to say his name, I understand. I'd rather learn more of your mistress and her new mate, whoever that may be.
he nods, or she nods, and then says, yes. Just know this realm has been taken over by the Lord's newest protege. I don't know how I want to approach this. Let me see.
But I know of Zariel.
Yeah, you can give me a religion check.
Probably not.
With a 16, you know of the. You don't know details, but you know the last person or the last general of this place you heard of was a fallen angel named Zariel, and that's about it. Didn't know much about her or anything. Just that she was the newest, but it was definitely a she, not a he.
Okay.
The handmaiden says, you will know when you see him. He rides nightmare. Of course, of fire and sulfur. Hellish. Wields a blazing black sword. Heavily armored. Doesn't make himself known, but he does fight in the rank and file when things spill into. He enjoys the battle. He drew the former business of our former captor's lair, which used to be to create weapons and armors and things like that. Now, this lair's lord does. He has great foundries, black forge, for all the weapons he made. This is now more than, or less than a foundry, or less than a blacksmith shop and more of a foundry, making raw materials. From the steel we used to fight with, to the devils themselves. And then she turns to Voth. Now, as she gets real fucking close, she takes her bronze gloved hand and she puts it around your throat. Unless you stop or try to get away.
No, it's actually, it'd be weird, or she'd maybe even be shocked at how little resistance there is.
She puts it around your throat and squeezes it ever so slightly. You don't say those words anymore. Understood?
Yes.
Good. They're the words of traitors and cowards.
they portray?
Our kind. If you want to learn more, start reading. Start asking. You say you're a fucking dragon, be a fucking dragon. You should know that if you're a dragon.
Memories were taken. Knowledge cannot be had.
Scrambled you pretty hard, didn't he? She throws you back a little bit. You better get some of that pep back before we see the mistress, or she'll eat you alive. Wait. Literally, she turns around and grabs her bag of fucking goods. She looks at you. You do good to not bring the halo out. And she looks at Ondol and says, you look like fresh meat. Be careful. Everything's gonna want to challenge you down here. You look like you don't belong. He looks like he's supposed to be with me. Off. And he looks like he shouldn't be here. But he also has, well, you've seen the halo. He's gonna draw a different crowd. The rank and file are gonna put you to the test. So stay close. And don't wander off. So, I will give you guys the option. It's 11:50 right now. We can keep going for a little bit, or we can call it here and pick up next week. Your pick.
I'm good to keep going for a little bit.
A little bit? Okay, so, first things first. So she transforms, taking her form from a humanoid creature in armor and transforms into the shape of a red dragon. Pretty large one. Kind of interesting too. She's covered in that armor still, that kind of bronzish armor. Her voice booms as she says this, and she says, "Get on my back and hold tight. I fly fast."
I do so.
I look at my two attorneys and I say, "Join us."
They both nod. "Yes, Lord." God, I hate this.
I love it.
And they get on the back of the dragon. They hold on. You all get up on the back of the dragon, and she flies you over to Tiamat's lair. I had an idea for you guys traversing this, but it seemed trivial. Like, it was just fights. It was just like, yeah, they'll have to like cut their way through a bunch of little bullshit. I could actually throw devils at them this time. And I was like, that's cool. However, it seems gratuitous. Because you would win all the fights, because I'm not going to throw anything huge at you. It would just been a little bit like, well, let's get to the meat and potatoes and then give them some cool shit, and then let's go. So, if you would have rather cut your way through, let me know. Next time I'll do that. But I figured, just fast forward a little bit. They've been kind of, I thought, so I'll also just tell you right now, too. You skipped out on a haunt, which was smart, because that would have been real fucking bad to go through. There was like infinite more traps. I literally had like a list of like 50 traps that was ready to go. A lot of them kept getting worse too because they were harder to see, and there was a lot like the further in you get, like because the whole thing was like if you think where's this exit, you'll find it, right? That's the thing. So once you all thought about it, told me you were thinking about it. Oh, there's the door, right? It's right there. So, but. There was a haunt in there that was really cool. A bunch of devil encounters of fighting, and then just a couple more little tiny loot rooms, which no big deal. You'll get the loot anyway. Anyway, as you guys step out, and you are on Dragonback, Voth, you're starting to come to. You're starting to kind of lose that feeling. However, there's that lingering thing of, man, he checked me. He fucking got me. Like. And he didn't even put effort into it. I need to get strong enough to do what I want to do to that motherfucker. That kind of stuff starts creeping back in your head. Is you're hurt mentally from it, but something about being on a dragon back in hell is kind of like kicking starting. You're like, all right, this is pretty rad. You're starting to come to, and the lingering effects of the mind fucking powers he used on you. Everything start to diminish. um,
How does Abaddon look?
Abaddon is like, he's like on the fucking head, like, yes! Fucking wings out, like trying to like, he's like, let's go, let's fucking do it. It's the best. It's literally the best. So, with that being said, too, yeah, she starts.
Just one random question. This being the battlefields that it is, like, while we're flying over, are we seeing things like, Baylor's cutting through the fucking, like, red mist and shit and stuff like that? Is it like a constant perpetual? Okay.
You can
That's all
see
I'm curious.
smaller skirmishes first around Tiamat's lair, like, because that's where you're flying to. Off in the distance, you can see rank and file fighting against swarming hordes. Like, it's the blood war that you've read about in D&D stuff. It's here, and it's going on. And this is where also you see devils fighting devils and other things fighting other things, right? A couple things of note you see. Off in the distance, you see a huge crater. Massive. Scorched black. Just constantly, just nothing there except for a small little temple or structure in the middle. I say temple, it's more like a fucking shed. And it's still standing. Doesn't look like it died or got caught in whatever explosion took out everything around it. That exists. You can see huge structures off in the distances, large towers, and you can see a meandering river. It's all the fucking way through this place. Even moats a little bit around Dis. There's like a little lake, and it continues off. There's a lot of stuff. You would know that as the river Styx. Things are starting to come back to you now. You're like, yeah, one big river through hell, Styx. There's other things that start to come back to you. As you guys are actually out of here, you can feel just different. Ondol, the need to be around this radiant magic place that is been your friend Both this whole time no longer is there. The rest of the world is ambient enough that you don't need. You don't feel sick to your stomach if you're too far away from it. This place's magic feels gross. Feels like a, like greasy but burnt bacon. You're like, ugh. It's just bad in both ways. But yeah, you don't feel the necessary requirement to be next to him. So you could not have to be there if you don't want to.
I see. Okay. The other thing I was gonna ask too is
Gustav is sucking. God damn it.
yeah, I know he's fucking suckling.
Just a little bit.
What about our memories? Did anything change with that being in this realm?
So as you are no longer in Dis, things are starting to come back to you. That ability I told you to like remember things from your past is in play. If you want to try to start remembering certain things or filling in gaps, you can more than willing to do it. You can feel the memories are back. It's just a matter of focusing enough to pick through them at this point. Like you feel like, oh, I have all the pieces again. There's like, I remember what these things are. I remember names of places and people from my lives. Both of them, and it also, thinking on that is a good thing, because now you're like, am I those lives or am I something else? I'm not quite certain. You're not Viridian, right? From what you've learned of Viridian, he's an ancient dead creature. You're not that, because in all your memories you were this huge, fair-skinned, like almost iridescent pearl-like skin, blue purple haired creature. You're definitely not that. So you're not Viridian physically, and you're also not this other person that you're starting to remember. You're not that. You're something different, but you know of both of them. Like you're pieced together from those pieces. You're like if you took two Lego box sets and poured them out and put them together into one cool thing. You're that. A little bit of both, but you know both. That's kind of the feeling you're getting. Whereas Greg's like, if you took a bucket through the minifig dispenser and just poured it, he's all of that. He's all the minifigs. He's got so many bits and pieces. But yeah, so there's a lot coming back. It's just a matter of, do you put time and effort to focus into figuring it out? And you definitely feel different. As you're flying as well, you fucking feel something. You can't put a finger on it, but something feels exhilarating, freeing, just absolutely. You just feel like there's something, a weight that has been lifted on you that you never even realized was there. Can't put your finger on. But yeah, you're on Dragonback. Flying towards a mountain. There is a large cathedral-looking thing in front of this mountain, built of black stone and steel, with huge banners and huge walls around it, making a redundant rampart set around this mountain. So there's basically like castle walls around natural crags, around impossible to cross mountains, into a volcanic caldera with a massive mountain behind it. So it's like not necessary to have little walls around it, but someone felt the necessary need to build them. If you remember from our Descent to Avernus campaign, there was a certain Dragonborn guy who decided, I'm going to worship Tiamat, and he built his whole ass castle around there now. So he's doing his thing. And he's built a huge place.
It's huge.
It's huge. And he built the wall. So.
Finally.
He finally got it built. I hate that shit's fucking funny as fuck. Oh, man. Fucking tremendous. I love it.
Wait, does that mean we can go buy eggs? Please
can-
say we can probably go buy eggs.
Egg. Now, maybe if Griffin comes back, I'll let the Eggman think of it.
Oh yes, that'd be great.
That would be
He has to
awesome.
come back as Eggman.
Oh, he has
doesn't
to
get a
come
choice
back
now.
as one of the eggs the Eggman sells you, and that's his character. That's what it's gonna do. He hatches
Beautiful.
immediately and becomes a character. Okay. But yes, you fly towards this castle, and you land right behind the gates on a natural path that is fucking guarded. You see creatures you know to be dragons, lounging about, milling about, doing their things. Reds, blacks, greens, blues, whites. The classic 5 colors that Tiamat has on her. You also see magma-colored dragons that have scales of like molten metal, things like that. You see Abayashi, which are devil dragon born pretty much with big wings. They're all over the place. They're just flying around, and as they see this large red dragon with bronze armor come and land, they all show reverence, things along those lines. As she lands, do you guys do anything specific?
I asked Voth, these are your people. Family.
The other half of the half-breed.
There is a moment where she lands and lets out a roar. Do you speak Draconic?
Yeah.
Yep.
She yells, "Hark, my words," in Draconic as she roars. She says, "Those I bring with me are mine. No hand is to be placed upon them, no blade is to pierce their skin, no magic to be cast, no curiosity to be shown towards them. Not until a time I deign." And she roars once more, just actually, like just a scream, and then she actually just transforms back. And then you
As
can
she-
see, oh, go ahead.
To you guys, I'll just tell you that we're under her protection.
Yeah, she basically calls out to everyone here, like, "Don't fuck with my shit!" But she lands, and you can see scrambling to you are a bunch of whelplings. Different colored whelps that just come up, and she goes from this, like, angry, intimidating prowess to this almost, like, jovial creature, she opens up her bag and starts throwing the skulls and the trinkets and trophies to all these little whelps who are like, "Yay, you've come back! You've got," and this is all in Draconic. "You've come back. What trinkets have you brought us, my love?" "Oh yes, thank you, Auntie." Like they're just like, "Oh God, we're so happy you brought fucking macabre trophies back from hell where the mortals live." And you can see some of them are fighting over skulls or like spinal column, just fucking being gross little dragon whelps in hell. So
Seeing that, I actually, we've had like some decent dry rations, but we also still had like a lot of rations that were like humanoid parts.
Mhm.
I start pulling that out and trying to feed that to the whelps as well.
As you kind of go like this, you can see a couple of the whelps go, "Is it safe? Are we allowed, Auntie? We heard your words." She says, "He is of us. You may have some, yes." They're like, and they come up and grab it quickly. They look ravenously hungry as they're like, "Oh, it's people. It's real people. I've only heard of real people before. I know the smell. Give me some." As they start to fight each other, and they're like rumbling in the streets, rolling around. This goes on for a few minutes, and she says, "Come, we must make our way to the caldera."
Do I spot any platinum dragons?
No. You spot no metallics whatsoever. No thing. The only thing that comes close is those molten metal like scales.
That's not what I meant to click.
Abaddon is a platinum dragon. So do I get the vibe like he shouldn't be out and about?
He's under your protection. They kind of like look at him funny. They probably have never seen one like him. Also, isn't he usually like really dark scaled, like he looks
He's
tarnished?
tarnished.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're kind of just more intrigued at him, and they're kind of like hopping alongside him. "What kind of dragon are you?" He's like, "I'm my master's dragon." "Oh, well, I'm my own dragon." And they kind of just chat and talk. But it's all... Abaddon is on his best behavior. He kind of understands that if we start something here, everything here is a gun. So everything has a mouth gun here, and it's probably not going to survive very long for us. So, do you guys do anything as you are walking with the handmaiden? You have a little bit of time. And you're walking away from civilization and moving towards forbidden areas.
Make sure my halo's tucked in.
Tucked in nice and tight.
That's right.
So definitely interacting with the whelplings. One of the other things you'll just notice is I've basically got controlled breathing the whole way. Because basically how I'm role-playing the damage that was done is Voth is essentially a personality that was created due to not having any memories and only had a core thing of being built around being a dragon. Well, that was unraveled a little bit. So all of the other 49 souls kind of went, "You're not real," at the same time, and now he's real again. So
Yeah, he's like, no, guys, trust me. You want me in the front. Got you. Okay, so yeah, you give me either persuasion or performance or something like that to see how well these whelplings take to you.
Would are whelps considered royalty?
Do you consider them royalty of sorts?
Yes and no.
Sure.
As far as the high fashion clothes go, I'd imagine that the whelps would love the shiny man versus the non-shiny.
They are intrigued by it. I'd say they'd be like, "Okay, all right, this guy's got some zazz. He's got the Riz, I believe the kids call it."
I sparkle. I do need something less gaudy the second we get to our real fucking shop, though. Just a little bit.
You picked this, okay? We enchanted it to make
You're
sure
right.
it didn't get ruined.
You're right. Still not the. This is the best we found so far, but there can be better. I just want a normal suit. I haven't found a normal suit yet, and realistically, I'd like something like ornate robes. That'd be kind of cool, but haven't been in Dis where everything was made out of human flesh and such.
We could have made you cool robes out of human flesh.
Good.
Good. It was a possibility. You guys would have had a lot more bad stuff happen, which we will talk about after the session. So I like up the tally. But you play with these whelps. You interact with them. 27 is fucking phenomenal. They seem to genuinely like you or are intrigued by you or want to know more about you. They don't pay attention to your friends. They actually go after you. The only other ones that pull off are really interested in Abaddon. They don't even give a shit about Handmaiden. At this point, you are a huge hit with the younglings. Pretty good. They follow you and listen. They're, where are you from? Who are you? What's your name? What kind of dragon are you? You get all the questions. There's a little red one that's kind of an asshole though. He's like, I could fight you. I could bite your face off. He's just a real cunt. But them reds, they're crazy like that. But yeah. Anybody else doing anything, or are you just walking?
I'm just taking the
Yeah.
Voth presence.
Yeah,
the
Voth is in his element.
paparazzi.
Okay, you guys make it probably about 40 minutes before all the whelplings go, and the handmaiden says, all right, you guys need to head back now. And she says, follow me. You are about to see two of the most powerful creatures in the world. All of them. Be reverent. Be respectful. I cannot protect you from them, nor would I. If you make a statement, it is your own. If you insult either of them, it's your own insult. I will not defend you. I will speak truthful about what I know of you and what you did. She walks you in. In this archway, carved into the caldera, that's about the size of a 5-story building. It's pretty huge. It is motifed wonderfully. The entirety of the archway and the tunnel and the ground is gold. Pure fucking gold. There are gems studded in there, which in Draconic have a giant mosaic of prayers on one side, written in gemstones, praising the Dragon Mother, praising the Dragon Father, praising the dark elements that comprise the chromatic dragons, that speak of their strength, that tell of their prowess, and how they are the true and one dragons. It abhors the metallics. It tells them how they are nearsighted, lost brothers and sisters. Those who would be better pulled as weeds than left to flourish in the garden of dragonkind. They are not welcome, but tolerate to exist. It is said there is no better test for a dragon of the chromatic scales than to fight against one of their misguided brethren and defeat them to show the true power of dragonkind. Hopefully one day they all wish that dragons would be united under one banner. There is prayers, and then there are things against. And there are things like suffer not the followers of Bahamut to live. Suffer not the sheen and splendor of their scales. Better to rip them off and melt them down to make coins and baubles. It's pretty brutal and pretty mean towards the other shit, but it just keeps on going like that. The other side is depictions of great dragons, and then depictions of the Dragon Mother herself, Tiamat. It speaks of great praise, great things she's done, the winning of things, the winning of a crown, becoming the lord of the first level of hell by sheer prowess, and then her giving it up because it wasn't worthy to sit on her head. She was above the station of Archdevil. She gave it away. There's also the last third of this thing. There is platinum banding that is just kind of strapped in there and hammered in. It's more of a mockery. It says all of the bands are platinum dragon scales, pulled from the remaining dragons of that damned line. All of the Bahamut followers, all of those of his scale color, will be slain and placed upon us, for the Hellworm demands it.
Fucking knew it was gonna be the Hellworm.
And then you see, as the tunnel opens up, there is hordes of hordes. There are floating cubes, which look like little lock boxes in vaults, that are just floating in the air, glistening, suspended from a massive volcanic caldera. There is piles of treasure everywhere. If you wanted to get the definition of a dragon's hoard, this is it. This is wild. In the center of the caldera, there are 5 pillars that stretch high, which are big enough for ancient dragons to be inside. They stretch maybe 100 feet into the air, connected by smaller walkways, and you can see that there is guards, Abiyashi, things like that, as well as some Dragonborn inside here that are walking around in splendid armor, 5-colored armor, or molten-looking armor, one of the two. They pay you no heed as you were with the handmaiden, and she says, "Behold, the treasure hoard of my mistress. There is one of everything in here, and more unique items than you could count. Says there are more coins than there are stars in the sky of any world any of you could have come from." She says there are magic items and artifacts that sit and collect dust here that could rend worlds and destroy kingdoms. Yet they are simple baubles to my mistress. She is very prideful, proud of saying this. And she's like, when we get to the center of the 5 pillars, I will call for my mistress. I will deal with her, or she will deal with me, and then I will take my leave unless she wishes me to stay. After that, it is on you. She walks you guys past mountains, literal mountains of gold. You can see swords and armor and trinkets and chalices. There's little walls built with just artwork on them. There's large things with tapestries and just any kind of wealth you could think of. It exists here in crazy amounts of just opulence, just all over the place. It's literally, they're like, we're decorating gold on gold because we just have it. No big deal. Gems everywhere. There's mountains of gems in different kinds. But you all eventually make your way towards the center. These 5 pillars in this massive caldera. The shadow of the big mountain in the background casting over it. There, you can see the handmaiden says, "Wait," steps into the center, and calls for her mistress. She says, "Mistress, I have returned on a hunting trip. I've appeased the whelps, and I have brought you the prize that you've asked me for." She takes a knee. There is a rumbling that comes from deep. The lava shifts and moves, and walking out of it is Tiamat, a 5-headed gargantuan specimen of dragons. 5 different heads of 5 different colors. Red being the center head. The scales blend into almost a pearlescence, kind of that shimmering oil on water kind of thing, before they turn. They're all red hot from being in the lava, and she steps out. And then as she turns, you can see the scales kind of shift color from white to green to black to blue to red, depending on the angle she's at. You can swear there's other colors that dance around there, but those are the ones that you get. This massive form shakes you all deep down. You can't make the frightful presence DC. You're frightened, but it goes away, like it's forcibly suppressed. Tiamat then, in her massive form, shrinks down to a size very similar to that of a handmaiden. And flowing robes, absolutely gorgeous armor, what looks to be a staff and a sword on her back. Probably one of the most beautiful women you've ever seen in your life. Just wow. From that to that, still invoking the same amount of terror and craziness from it. Walks forward, embraces the handmaiden, and she says, "Daughter, I'm so glad you're home, and you've done my work for me." Is this them? She looks to you. It's the gaze of a goddess and massive creature falls upon you.
Did I get that last line one more time? Sorry.
As the gaze of a goddess and massive creature falls upon you.
Oh, okay. So we're still a few steps back from her, correct?
Mm-hmm. Probably like 50, 60 feet.
Okay. First I would kneel. I wouldn't really look too much, or I'd actually have kept my head so we would have seen her figure the second she started kind of or the second that was like there. I would have kept my head down, and I'd basically be on a knee, and I would request to be able to look upon her visage.
What do the two of you do? You see Voth showing deep reverence.
I guess I start following suit.
Like, God damn it, bend the fucking knee to a dragon, god damn it.
Not that I want to, but obviously we know that we're not taking this on.
As soon as you do, Forrest, the two devils also follow suit. And then Ondal, you're doing it as well.
Yeah.
You would hear like my knees pop and crack because I never kneel.
You're like, these don't get a lot of use.
Yes, exactly.
Leg day, what the fuck's that? You all kneel as she turns and she says, "Oh no, you must rise. Do not kneel. Come, there's much to discuss. I paid a pretty ransom for you all."
I do as she says. I stand and I start walking towards them.
Yeah.
As you walk closer, it is very, very noticeable that she is magic as fuck. Like, there is an aura about her of like, oh, I thought I was powerful and had a menacing aura, says Horus. She's got me beat. Oh, I thought I'm a powerful sorcerer, says Voth. I am a drop in a bucket compared to her oceans. You feel as though you are a great hunter and warrior, Ondal. You know with a flick of her wrist that sword would be out of that scabbard and cutting you to ribbons. You just fucking sense that she is well beyond any of you. She could tear the handmaiden apart in moments, and you just saw her turn into a dragon and fly you through hell without anybody, and people are afraid of her. People give her deference. So, as you get close, that weight is on your shoulders. You're like, hey. But again, looking on her, my God, she is hard not to look at. Even Voth, I would say you're struggling to do, like, I want to look, can't look. I want to look, I can't look. It's probably like there's a little internal conflict with that.
The second that she would have kind of had her address, or I would be looking at her after that statement. So, and then I'd be looking at her because I feel like it would be kind of the, you remember Chad's mom? Yeah, kind of like that, where it's like
Oh,
you
yeah.
want to not look, but you're looking.
Oh yeah. Very similar allure, but one was more. She's alluring because of power. Malconthet was alluring because of lust. Like she just invoked that by being around her. Damn,
A little bit of A, a little bit of B.
Yeah, a little bit of A, a little bit of B. Not bad. All right. She takes you into one of the towers, which is way bigger on the inside than it is on the outside, and there are just red motifs, dragons of red, all over the place. Funnily enough, there are 2 Dragonborn guards at the very front door. There are what you can call a few Abayashi, which are the red, or the devil versions of Dragonborn with bigger wings that are born in hell, and definitely her minions. There are some of them walking around, but the rest of what you see in this red-themed tower are Gith. They're silver sword wielding, green skinned individuals with a large, like, gruff looking red dragon around, like sitting in corners and stuff like that. This is a red dragon spot. She says, come, let us take to the parlor. I'm sure Dis was not hospitable to any of you, and you would want to get something that's not flesh in your gullet. Unless you've grown accustomed to that, I have some as well. It's hard to come by up here, you know, but I have anything your heart might desire. So, how was your stay? Was it horrible? It didn't wear you down too hard, did it?
She talking to us? Or the
Yeah, open question to all of
Okay.
you. The handmaiden's just quietly walking next to her.
Easy definition of that place is dreary. There's no joy to be found there.
By design, this pater is seen to it. He's an architect of misery, a sadistic one at that. She takes you up and around a set of stairs. Library. Massive fucking library. Huge open area. Wonderful sitting area in the middle. You can see dragons lounging, just sitting and relaxing. And she says, we can take refreshment here. She points to a table. She's like, it's not often I walk in this visage form, she says, but I'm doing so for you 3. Out of respect for the journey I'm going to on. She sits at the table. Refreshments are brought. And when I say pretty much anything you think of, there's probably that, and if there isn't something there that's more exotic, you could probably request it and you can find it. Cool pitchers of ice water, chilled beverages, milks, teas, whatever you'd like, they bring. And then they also bring just like grazing food, cheeses, meats, little grapes, stuff like that. More exotic stuff from weird places that look weird that you've never seen, but the dragons seem to like them. The handmaiden grabs a handful of what look like sea urchins, but little spiny ball things, and she pops them in her mouth and chews them up. She just looks to be in heaven. But as she sits, as she pulls the chair out for her mother kind of gives a nod and sits down, pushes her in, and then she just stands behind and gestures for you all to sit as you sit at a table. Yeah, poplars. Yep. They're alive, though. But
I start pulling together a plate,
Oh, absolutely.
a heap of food, and I'm trying to be like quiet, but I am that dude.
Oh
And it's,
my
like, just
God.
as fast as I can get it in,
Mhm.
and yeah, I'm just trying to every single time she like says something to us, I just kind of like nod as I'm like chewing.
Look, not only has it been a while since we've had decent food, but it's actually been a while since we've just generally eaten.
Eaten. Yeah.
We just went through a lot of fucking shit.
Yeah.
Reloading on that carbo load.
Yeah.
She's like, this is my horde, a place of respite and excess for those in my favor. She says, and you, my son, are in my favor so very much. She's looking directly at Loth. She says, the fact that a dragon could be the one to take this journey. Well, dragon adjacent. You're not a true drink. We'll see what flows through those veins of yours. And your friends and companions picked for their usefulness. While you are here in Avernus, she looks directly at Horus. You, key. My forces can only go so far without upsetting balance, but there is one here. Seek him out. Would be very interested in. Seek him out.
Yes, ma'am.
You'll find him across the river in the crater. In the ruins. She says, and you, she looks at Ondal, she says, and you've collected what you need to collect, and you move to where you need to move. It'll be you who's the key. It'll be you who can turn the handle and get into the places that you can't. Says, do you know the difference between pieces of your soul and theirs?
I do not.
You're intriguing. When I heard that, I believe his name was Viridian, was down in this, a soul that does not belong there. He does not belong in the outer realms at all. He belongs in the inner realms. He should return to the green, verdant plains of Viridia. He should be born over and over. And even he got sucked into the bargain. Asmodeus is a piece of shit. Oh, feel free to say his name in here. Anyone's name for any reason in here. This is a place of pure and utter my realm. It's divinely morphic. She says, you don't belong. And the fact that you got attached to a sinner is disgusting. The fact that you could then move your way back and open the doors that remained locked for so long is so fitting. The fact that I was able to put you together with my young son here. And she says, and you, it's only fitting that one with that bloodline would be the one to go back to heaven. It's gonna be so grand. So poetic. Such a slap in the face to that bastard. She says, I can't wait. She says, so what have you pieced together? What do you know? I know you're clever. I know you're strong enough to survive. I know you have the bravado of dragons in you, the strength of a ancient race of warriors, well, 2 of them in that form, and the power of heaven on your side. So how did you do it? What did you find out? What do you know? Speak up, quickly.
I'm trying to like chase down my food. Like I'm like nodding at her and I'm like drinking, trying to chew faster. Yep.
We'll start with you. She points to Ondol. What do you know?
What knowledge is like gold to you?
All knowledge is gold. Why do you think I record it and keep it in my hoard?
I would think I still don't know much about my own past or the soul that's attached to me. But I do know I make, or I've made, 3 choices every day since our stay in Dis. And I would recite the 3 choices, which is I could accept the memory, moving on its reach, use my memory and fuel up my wrath, or turn the memory to the void and the emptiness to find peace.
Says, do you know where that comes from? Just they know.
That's
Oh, go ahead.
clouded to me. That's
is-
clouded to me.
Cloudy, yes. The Noldorians, people who you come from, even in this form, half of you is a descendant, a bastardized child form, but a descendant of the Noldorians, an ancient race of creatures, one of the most powerful, crafted from the positive plane of existence, the realm of life itself. Immortal beings, purpose-driven, but ever morphic due to the nature they found themselves in. If they were close to stars, they took on star forms. If they were close to the trees, they took on forms of nature. If they changed their mindset, they took on that form. Those are ancient mantras, used by the warriors to put trauma behind them so they could continue forward. They could be mad, neutral, or they could be forgiving. I believe it was the sheathed blade, the cutting edge, or the flat edge. I don't remember the order. It's been a while. She's not going to give you every answer. She'll give you some. And she says, but it all had to do with the sword, the way of the sword. They were big on swords. I think they may have invented them. It's muddy. Long time ago. But that's interesting that that's what stuck out in your head. Do you all have little mantras and things like that that were said to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Caught me off guard with the ma'am. Caught me off guard with the ma'am. She goes, oh, what was yours?
I make sure my mouth is like cleared of all food. Before I start talking. Yep. I just kind of take a moment and I look at her and I say, who better to descend in the name of light than one who exists of darkness?
There's a wicked grin that goes on her face, and she's like, Yes. Yes. A long time ago, there was a family on Kethra, I believe. Back before she held that plane of existence together again and again. The Rats, I believe. I believe that's who your other half is, correct? She says, that line is a bastardized version of their house line. Send us in the name of the light. What's the line? I wonder the addition of and one who's raised in the dark. I wonder what that is. It's interesting. I'll be pondering that. I'll use some magics to find that out. That would be interesting. I love it. And you, my child, what was yours?
Their words I was told not to speak.
I'm telling you to speak them. You see the handmaiden's face like, oh fuck. She's like,
Let me just re-pull back up my notes. I'll say, he will always keep going. Take another step.
she like has this like, she was like smug looking at you like, and whatever glass she has in hand, she snaps and breaks and just, those words.
I will immediately follow it with, once again, what can you tell me of the treatise of the Court of Dragons?
There's an anger that is so palpable at the table that it's scary to be around her for a moment. And she says, test of the Court of Dragons is lowest of lows, and everything in between. They're shipping dragons as the apex for every place to protect it physically from threats, no matter what they are. Me and my husband rule Infernus. Makes it easy now that it is just one big place with a drain hole to the depths of the abyss, but that is us. My brother, his cohort, supposedly existed in high heavens, though no one's heard from them in a very long time. Good riddance, I'd say, which means there's a vacancy. A young upstart named owns the material plane. And he has two counterparts in both Viridia and the Shadow Plane. You called it that in your times. There's other dragons. One exists in Artura as well. She says, the rule exists because it needs to. It also says that a vacancy exists. A dragon or a dragon representative should be sent to that realm to choose a successor. Which gives us access to places that we usually, if we don't have established access to, we get access to. The Cosmic Law. It was written so I could go wreak havoc when I was the first realm's layer. Or when I was the first layer's Archduchess. Can't even use words now. She says, and I'm using it to backfire upon that stubborn old bastard who sat on his throne tippy-toppy for way too long. I'm tired of Asmodeus. I'm tired of his iron grip upon this entire multiverse. I'm tired of what he's done to mortal kind, because it makes everything boring. And I'm tired because he's getting too strong. He was hurt very deeply. A long time ago, and then again recently. And he's starting to lick his wounds, and I don't want to see that bastard stand up again. So yeah, that cosmic rule is in play. Does that answer your question, my son?
It does. Thank you.
But please know that those words that you just spoke to me before that were spoken by traitors to our kind. Where are my manners? She whispers something to the handmaiden. She goes, from there? She says, yes, I've prepared them specially for our guests. Yes, mother. She steps out of the room. You've done me a great service, and in reward I will grant you treasures from my own hoard to use as you see fit. They should be very tailored to your proclivities. They should help you out. I'm sure some of you will love to see them. But you, my son, she kind of leans across the table towards you, puts her hands kind of down in front of you. She goes, yours is both a gift and a test. You'll know. You'll know. As you receive my blessing, you'll know. You too. Although you do not have the dragon blood, you, she looks at Horus, have a small little friend. A hanger-on that is of dragon shape, spirit, and I respect that. You are counted among friends here. She nods, says, you are dragon kin for all intents and purposes. You'll get a blessing, which I will explain to you after thing, but it basically equates to a free feat called Gift of the Horde, which gives you the Dragon Breath ability and a focus point if you don't have it to use it. You will get it. It's a little bit different, but you guys all will basically get it. It's for level 10, so it's going to be nerfed until you get to level 10. It usually does like 5d6 damage. It's going to do like 2, and then, or it'll do 3, and then when you get to 7, it'll do 4, and then when you do 10, it'll do 5. You guys basically get once a combat Dragon Breath kind of thing. You'll have to pick your color, of course, but any of the 5 heads can blessing. It could be fire, ice, lightning, acid. Your pick. You will get that as well. And she says, Ondol, your kind has always worked closely with dragons, and you have brought my illegitimate son. Or no, she wouldn't say illegitimate. She said, you have brought my son to safety, and for that, I count you among dragonkin as well. You be gifted with a kiss from my horde as well, and you will get the same thing. And you, my son, you also will get this gift. She says, yours may be different. Yours may not be a blessing that I channel through you, but it might be an awakening of something inside you I've not had access to for some time. She has a wicked grin on her face. About that time, the handmaiden comes back with Fox. Do you have anything you want to say in between here and now? I've been talking.
I'm just gonna know after she says my gift. I'll say thank you, mother.
As is one should do to everyone who calls her the Dragon Mother. So, she smiles back and gives you a nod. I give gifts to all of you to aid on your journey. To the warriors, she points to Ondol and to Horus, I give you weapons of power. Great weapons of power. The first, and I have stats for all these, so I will give them to you after the game. She takes out a scat. I need to give you access to that page first. Yep. Share. Anyone with the link? And I'll put it in general chat for y'all. You can peruse as you see fit. There are pictures in all of these as well. To you, Horus, I grant your attached soul's birthright reborn with a little bit of magic and some wish powers. I have reborn Frostfang from the ice. And the box she sets in front of you opens, and rime, like icy rime, cold air pours out of the box. There is an exquisite looking bastard sword, crafted with what you can only tell is a bone running down the center of the blade that is carved with draconic runes. The ice actually is on the blade too. The blade itself, that bone looks frozen, and part of the hilt and part of the blade look like it has just frost on it. The blade itself looks frosted over, and she says, "This is Frostfang, the blade you should have rightfully carried. I bring it back to you." It's clad in cold iron. Runes of sinister origin appear on the fuller of the blade, so down that bone part. The entirety of the blade is covered in invisible rime, and an air of cold pervades the surrounding blade. Frostfang is a +1 striking frost, cold iron bastard sword. Latent power lingers within the blade, Each kill with the blade generates a frost curse rune, as well as at the start of each day. So every 24 hours, you get to pick. You generate 4 runes. You can have a bunch on there. The wielder can invest these runes into the latent magics poured into the blade, after which the runes disappear from the blade for a time. You can do a few moves. 1, Howling Blast, basically a Cone of Cold kind of spell in front of you. 2, Rhyme Scale, which summons a Frost Shield, which you can use. And there are more powers that you will unlock as the blade gains more power. Namely, armor, different cold-related abilities. I'm making you a Frost Death thing, so...
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, I was like, I got my Frostborn.
Yep, you basically have what Frostfang was. My original intention was to make it Frostborn. So, yep, it's a bastard sword, 1d8. You can wield it in 2 hands for d12. Has its critical effect, all that good stuff. To you, Ondol, there are 2 smaller boxes. They are old looking. They look like the wood is fucking petrified. Like, this is crazy. Oh, the box is yours, too. They're probably worth 500-600 gold each. So, I put that on your character sheet. 500-600 gold box. Yours are 200-300 gold boxes. But she says, I grant to you 2 blades crafted from the 2 heritages you wield. The blade Rista, she takes out this nice elven-looking hand axe. Beautiful engraving on top of it. It glows with light on the edge. Weighs nothing. It says it's an elegant axe crafted as much for combat maneuvers as for damage. Orcish runes are carved into the metal of the blade, so an elven make with Orcish runes. And inlaid in shimmering gold leaf. The axe has the balance and slenderness of elven make, but the ferocity of Orcish design. It is a blending of both. It is a +1 weapon potency bane, silver hook axe or boarding axe, so it's the kind of axe you've been using, right? Crafted from powdered silver dragon bones and ancient wood. The bane property rune is also activated whenever a ranger of sufficient power uses the hunt prey ability and works against whatever their quarry may be. So whatever you are hunting is now baned against them, which is really, really cool. The blade is as tough as steel, but functions as silver for damaging capability. Razor sharp, never loses its edge, and it's a sister weapon of a blade of an axe called Claga, and they have to be used together. They have to use it together to function perfectly. Magic works that way. You then open the second box and you see Claga, another hand axe, but way more vicious. Definitely orcish looking, kind of serrated edge, beautiful elven jewelry in the center of it, and it's wrapped with a white, pristine-looking cloth that bears great resemblance to the one you had just recently. A savage star metal blade with a simple handle betrays the great power. Despite the rough exterior, it looks as if it would fly through the air seamlessly. Elven runes are carved into the handle, and orcish smithing techniques are used to finish the blade. So it's an orc blade with elven runes on it. Claga, or in the orc tongue, cleave, is a sleek +1 striking returning orichalcum neck splitter, crafted from the orichalcum tempered in gold dragon blood. The returning property rune only when a fighter of sufficient power is attacked by distant enemies. It then adds 15 feet to the thrown property of the weapon. So you can only get that ability to throw the weapon at far enemies just by being a fighter. It's razor sharp, never loses its edge, and it's the sister weapon of Claga and must be used in the function. So, both of them together get the Orc-Elf synergy bonus. Together, the weapons form a unique synergy and may hold great power. For each killing blow, so more kills, you and Nick are going to be competing for kills as the warriors of the group.
That's so cool.
For each killing blow, a tally mark is etched onto the handle of either axe. Doesn't matter which one it is, they work together. But it automatically appears. It just instantly gets a tally, right? So you'll need to keep track. And it's killing blows specifically for both of you. At certain milestones, the axe will evolve into a greater version of what they started as, which they can gain more power as they go. If anyone besides the invested user wields the weapons, they take an amount of damage equal to the total number of tallies. So if you have 50 tallies on there and someone tries to grab your thrown axe and throw it back at you, or to take it from you, or to disarm you from it, they take 50 damage, and then the tallies reset. So it behooves them not to fuck with your shit. And don't just hand it to, like, I can't wait for you to be like, I give up my weapons. And some guard grabs it and just fucking dies. So, it'll be great. That better happen one time during this fucking campaign.
I wanted to cause an international incident.
It better cause an international.
Can we like assassinate a king or something like that? Just be like, yeah, try my boom.
Just instant murder.
Yeah.
It's so good.
We just need to sell like the Mjolnir, like anybody not worthy just falls over dead or some shit like that.
If I kill 1,000 rats, right?
You know, fuck. You shouldn't have said. You shouldn't have said that.
Yeah. Do you think that killing a rat with that axe would add a tally though? We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. There is some stipulations that aren't listed, but we'll see.
Depends on the rat.
Clogga will also do a couple extra things. It'll help you climb. So 1, it flies farther, and 2, it will help you climb. My fucking... what is this? Here, go 502. My mouse ran out of juice. Too much Helldivers. Okay. Alright. So yeah, so there is that. And you can use that to do piercing damage or slashing damage with Clogga specifically. And you can also do it with Resta, because you can use the back end of the hook on it, or you can use the front end. And you can use basically both of those as climbing. So you could literally be like, climb with the axes. And lastly, there is this interesting box. This one comes, it's one of those floating boxes, very small version of the big shit that's outside that's holding incredible amounts of the horde. And it's locked in chains. And Yama places it in front of you, grabs the chains, snaps them and breaks them. She says, I have not opened this box in a very long time. The souls you carry inside you, I damn to hell myself. I hunted them down, and I ordered their deaths. Some died by the hands of misguided or tortured souls of other dragons, but all were sentenced by my hand. I've seen the error of my ways. It was wrong for me to order genocide on those who did not stand with us to fight. A long time ago, creatures of great power decided to slay us, take us down, try to remove us from our rightful place, break a cosmic law. When we sundered them, the creatures you know now as giants are what remain. It says, along with the colors I've represented for my entire eternity, she says, there were others, 3 others. I wish to bring them back into the fold. The other ones inside you, I will let you choose if you deem them worthy or not. They were always lesser. Browns, steels, things like that. She's like, yellow, purple, orange. 3 sisters that I killed. I want them back. I can't bring them back. I damn them to hell. But my brother can bring them back, or his soul can. Where you're going, you may encounter him. And if you do, you'll need powerful pieces of them. The first piece I grant you today. She opens the box and pulls out a dagger. Beautiful golden dagger. Absolutely stunning. Has several yellow gems on the hilt. Highly polished. And the blade is not made of steel, it's made of bone. There is literally, you can feel power as you're holding It's like it has a vibration to it, a frequency. There is like just that instant, once the dagger's taken out, it's like you're next to the ocean. Like next to the ocean in a thunderstorm. And lightning and salt. Kind of get a weird thing. She hands you the dagger named Beryl White's Grinning Death. This Athame is a ritual dagger. It's crafted from a large fang of the mother of yellow dragons, Beryl White, who was devoured and excommunicated from dragonkind by the evil dragon goddess Tiamat. Athame functions as a +1's dragon breath, which is a interesting rune that usually doesn't go on weapons. Usually goes on equipment that is now on a weapon. Of 2nd level, conducting Dragonbone Dagger. Conducting basically just, it does extra damage, right? The weapon additionally is bound deeper than normal to those with Dragonbone heritage, manifesting set powers in summon eidolons or familiars, as well as the dagger itself, so long as it's held. Creatures gain the ability to use the Dragon Breath, a unique ability listed below. This dagger holds incredible power, willing to be awakened with those who have a dragon heritage, should they not anger the queen who vanquished the yellow dragon in the first place. The Dragon's Breath is a free action to activate. It's a meta magic ability that you have to envision. It requires somebody with dragon's blood in it. Your next action to cast a spell with an area of effect that deals the same type of damage as depicted on the weapon. Currently you have acid and fire, so any fire or acid spell you can add this to freely. The spell gains the effects of the widened spell feat, absolutely for free, just by holding the dagger. That is not usually a rune you can put on a weapon. So just holding this is a very unique thing. The rune can only affect spells of a specific level or lower, determined by the type of rune. This should be 3rd level, not 2nd, because I crafted this thinking you guys were going to get them at 4th. But it should be of the highest level spell you can get, or below. So you can update it at the time. Grinning Death may also be used to aid in the traversing of water and sand, something that yellow dragons were incredibly good at. While wielding the dagger, you can grant all those within 30 feet the ability to move through those terrains with ease. You can activate that as a 3-action spell. It's an interact with a divine object command. You point the Athame skyward, and those within 30-foot radius centered on the dagger are granted the ability to move through terrains of the terrains of the yellow dragon, which are water and sand. This casts 2nd level water breathing, endure elements, heat or cold, your pick, on all within the 30-foot radius. It's granting the ability to move normally on sand, difficult terrain, and swim speed equal to their body. So you guys can literally traverse water without problem, and you can do that as many times as you want. It's just takes 3 actions to cast, all day, every day, by yourself. Everybody within 30 feet. That dagger is literally the last piece of that dragon. She tells you as much. It also does persistent bleed damage on a crit. So, a lot of interesting stuff. The conducting thing is there mostly because it's got to be powerful, right? It's got to have a little punch to it. But yeah, you can fuck around with that as much as you'd like. She says, I have 2 other things to give you, and I'll give them to you in time. A crown will be one of them, and a scepter last. You'll get those, which is so funny that you grabbed that fucking pimp coat and everything too.
I was about to say, of course you gave me my pimp cane last, you son of a bitch.
That's the creme de la creme, son. You gotta earn the cane. You gotta respect, right?
that crown is gonna be turned into a hat I can tip.
She says, the crown of the fallen sisters, Patasha and Florsane. Those I fashioned a crown from and wore for quite some time. If you prove yourself worthy, if you can survive this place, I will let it leave here. I could find the dagger easily, pull it back. The crown, not so much. Prove yourself and it's yours.
Thank you for your faith, mother.
She kind of leans in and in Draconic whispers to you very quietly. She says, may it not be misplaced.
I'm but a whelp. You would annihilate me should I fail.
Then don't fail. I see you have dragged denizens of hell under your control. Are these two trustworthy?
I'll look at her and be like, I'm not sure. They're new acolytes.
How new?
We got them while we were getting out of the tower.
No. Well, those brand of devils are useful, but the longer they're around, the more prone to loyalties they have. So, if you can find out how old they are, that'll tell you how likely they are to double cross.
They're recently created.
Created. How
Yes.
recently?
Like in front of our eyes.
To get the proper effect, she crosses her leg. And how did... You will go places. All of you will go places. Yes, indeed. I believe hell may be a good place for you, actually. You all seem to thrive very well. Anyway, take a day. Take as long as you need. Prepare yourself for the journey. Investigate these new weapons. Maybe read from the libraries. Rest. Enjoy what you fought your way out of, and what you earned. Take what you can. She says, that is the way. And you must do it. When you're ready, like I said, head to the crater. Careful crossing the river. But head to the crater. There, Horus, your knowledge may be useful. What resides there will be a way for you to traverse this plane for much longer. Possibly even others. I wish you luck. I have things to attend to. Stay away from the caldera. My husband's in a mood. But everything else is yours. Just remember, it is kill or be killed. You have a certain amount of immunity, but strength is proven. Don't have to prove yours right now, but you may, depending on what you do. I trust you'll make the right decisions. And with that,
Thank you for the gift, ma'am.
I was simply returning something that belonged to you. She stands up. I will take my leave. Good day. Please enjoy the food. She steps away and begins to leave. The handmaiden looks at you all, and there's like just not a smile or anything, but just a nod of, right, you did it. Fucking didn't get eaten. 10 out of 10. And I think that's what we'll call it. It's fucking 1 a.m.
Yep, good place to call it.
But yeah.
Didn't die up and audience with Tiamat. Good place.
Mhm. Audience with Tiamat indeed.
Just
Okay.
Yeah, then totally expected that to happen tonight.
Yeah.
You got here. You did it. But yeah. So that concludes the first chapter of the campaign. You made it out of Dis. Now you're in Avernus. Still in hell, but you're on your way out. And you have free reign to do whatever you want. I got free reign to throw whatever monsters I fucking can at you guys. So, you know Avernus. 2 of you have played here before. I think Brett heard some stories about Avernus.
Yeah,
So,
slightly.
we'll regale you with some bullshit after this and let you know what's going on.
We might go visit Uncle Barrick. We noted where he was.
Mm-hmm. With that, we'll catch all you guys later. Thanks for watching. If you watched it on the VOD, cool. If you liked what you saw, click the shit down below. We'll be able to talk nerdy to you whenever you want. Catch you guys later. Adios. Play us out. Where's the be right back? Ah!